them know that we are the American Indians. Copper color Indians, baby. African Americans here, but they recently moved here from places like Kenya, Ethiopia, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and Zaire. But now the brother whose family's lived in this country for generations, occupying space in all the locations, New York, Miami, LA, Detroit, Chicago, even if he's wearing a dashiki and sporting an afro. And if you go to Africa in search of your race, you'll find out quick, you're not an African American. You're just a black American in Africa taking up space. Why you keep trying to attach yourself to a continent where even if you got the chance to go and you went, most people that wouldn't even claim you as one of them, as a purebred daughter or son of them. Right here now. No.
I should pull out the pipe.
42. Once again.
And we are not African. We are not African. Are you?
ISO. Dama.
It's so many lies, so many lies. Ay, it's so many lies, so many lies. Yo, it's so many, ay, it's so many, yo, it's so many, yo, it's so many lies. Look in my eyes, they know I'm the truth. They know that. Knocking them down every time I step in the booth. We ain't got a lie, they know we the vibe, we living in proof. It's young, conscious, shoot my life a movie, I live in a spoof. Ain't no sticking around, I'm on the move, I'm checking the dudes. Yeah, it's only us two, so you know we copping that coupe. We on the roof, smoking dope, look at the view. Yeah, we used to chill on the stoop, now we out here breaking the news. It ain't what you really could do, cause we ain't got nothing to lose. We ain't switch side with no cruise, we just stayed out of the loop. Now we out here letting it loose, every shot we took it was swoosh. Gotta get it, ain't no excuse, ain't left to prove. Ayy, yeah, ayy, there's so many lies, so many lies. Ayy, there's so many lies, so many lies. Yo, there's so many, ayy, there's so many, yo, there's so many.
Yeah, ask them a real question, yeah, I bet it's all lies. Hey, they won't cross that line for a fact, that's offsides. Hey, too much penalties when they run this back, yeah, it's fines. Hey, could've been here with us, but we do not force no vibes. Hey, she gon' ride the whip and let me park it in the driveway. They just want the praise like they Yahweh. Getting so much bread, yeah, the ride way. We done already won, yeah, that's worth the ride way. But they still lying right through their teeth, and they still hiding behind many troops. They was D9, watch my every move, tell them keep fine. Leave that shit on scene, I ain't replying. Less I know you, that don't mean I'm Hollywood, that just mean I'm Hollywood. All y'all, I probably stood on the falls, all cause. More times I probably should. I don't know nobody like us, you see how much time it took.
Yeah, hey, there's so many lies, so many lies, so many lies, so many lies. There's so many lies, so many lies, so many, so many. There's so many, hey, there's so many, yo, there's so many. Whoa, hey, there's too many lies, hey, yeah, ISO.
Hey, what's good, y'all? Oh, y'all up early. Y'all up early. What's good? Oh, happy Saturday. Oh, I feel a lot better. A whole lot better. Sometimes you just got to let your body get rest. What's good? Original intellect. Oh, most hated Browns, Flat Power, Yellow Hammer, LaShaw Avery. Hey. Hey, Bridget Beautiful. Enox, Yellow Hammer, Copper Aborigines. Hey now, y'all. Wow. Smash. Damita. Hey, beautiful. Bucky. Hey now. Hey, Anthony. What's good? What's good, y'all? Smash that like button. Today will be an interesting segment. Meta Data will be joining me, of course. I kind of want to wait it until he hop on the panel before I show this video that I want to show. So I'll wait before I show the video because it goes right in hand with what he gets into. So before I'm gonna wait before I show it because I don't want to show it right now until he hops on the panel because he'll be able to explain this because this is right up his alley. And I really thank Bucky for sharing this with me with his sweet self. And this is right up Metamaterials alley, man, and he'll be able to really break this down. Like I said, I'm sending it to myself so I could play it. But I'm not gonna play it until he hops on the panel. Let me see, y'all. Just bear with me. Y'all know I'm a little slow. Oh, I hate cell phones. I really do. Come on, paste. All right, maybe that's it. Okay, yep. There it is. So I'm gonna wait until he comes on before I show this video. But everybody's doing all right. I'm assuming. Smash the like. Everybody's watching. So I want to get into a little bit until he hops up on the panel. Of course, I love Meta. He's pretty cool. He's a really cool guy. He really is. Mic check. But before we even get started, we're gonna have the GOAT on here tomorrow. The GOAT Sunday tomorrow. Now y'all gotta pay attention to y'all time zones. Y'all don't be paying attention to y'all clocks. But it's gonna be 3 p.m. Eastern time here on the East Coast. And 2 o'clock Central time, Midwest, okay? 2 p.m. y'all's time. And 12 noon out on the West Coast. You know, California, y'all tune in at 12 noon. Everybody on the West Coast, we got to give y'all baby steps to follow. I am not bitter. Salute to you. So tomorrow, tune in at 12 if you're on the West Coast, 12 noon. Tune in tomorrow if you're in the Midwest, Ohio, you know, Texas. If you're here in the East Coast with my time, tune in 3 p.m. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. Yeah, I know how Chief is. So I'm excited about that because he doesn't be on like he used to be. But when he do get a chance to go live, he will spin it with his sister, you know, and the peeps in the community. We'll never, ever forget the GOAT for as long as he's away from his YouTube channel. Got to take care of business. He got to take care of business. So that's tomorrow. So let's get into this. What really are, I got to pull it up. Damn, why didn't I pull this up? Let me load it up so we could go through this together, y'all, because you know, compared to what Meta's teaching and oh my goodness. I'm pulling up this verse so that we could do it together. Because based on what Meta be saying, The more Meta tell me this, it scares me. It really does. Okay. I want to put this up. I definitely want that one up, and I want this one. This kind of stuff really troubles me. This truly troubles me. I still got something else because everything's on the table now, and I want to say some things, but I got to get it up first. Where is it? Give me a minute, y'all. Give me a minute, y'all, while I get this up. I'm gonna give y'all some music while I get this up. While I get this up, because I can't. I gotta get it up. So I'm gonna give y'all a little music till I get this up. I'll be right.
Time's been moving slowly, so we already in too deep. Can't get no sleep on each other, heavy teasing all day. And when the sun sets, you asking me to come through, kick it with you. Night turn to morning dew. Then you
All right, y'all, let's get it. Maybe Meadow will jump in a minute, but I'm gonna start because I think he already knows what I'm doing. But yeah, these are clones. In case you didn't notice, these are clones, and it's very scary. And to me, it's very real. Do y'all believe that? I mean, I believe if it's in your gut feeling, you got to trust your gut. And I'm not trying to do no Bible study, but this is a real study. Now, in their Bible, in which a lot of prokaryotics and domesticated folks was psychologically taught, psychologically taught to believe this. And you really got to think about what I mean here when reading this book. And I know there's many books, okay, ancient books, but when you read them, it really, to me, what I really get out of it is what they're telling you. They're telling you history. They're telling you history. And what do you do as history moves along? At the start of it, of anything, you take notes. So these are notes that were taken. We take notes today. I take notes in my newspaper. So God, okay, and we know that Meta said, no, that's Gothic. Okay, so I'm just going to use modern day words until he's up here. Until he gets up here. But God, okay, who is supposed to be us, we're supposed to be the gods that created these things. And supposedly God was talking to us. Let us make man in our image. And who us was, where God gave the order when he said, let us make man in our image, he was talking to us. So we, according to metamaterial, he was talking to us, the gods. And he said, let's make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them, who, man, have dominion over the fish of the sea. Okay. Over the fowl fowl of the air. They got dominion over this, okay? Look up dominion. He's saying, let them have dominion over the fish of the sea and over the fowl of the air and over the cattle. We know what cattle is. And over all the earth. Wait, back up. Let them have dominion over all the earth. And every creeping thing that creeps on the earth. Okay. So we put man over the earth, over whatever's in the air, over all the animals, and over the whole earth and everything on it. So it would take a lot of creations to make this happen, so that those creations, which are men and women, of course, okay, it would take a lot of them to do this. So now, I don't know, is this us? Is this the Moors? I don't know. That didn't start off as the Moors. I see. This is why I need meta here. When you're saying God, this is why I need meta here. So it end up being the Moors taking over everything. According to meta, the domesticated took over everything. But we created these men in our image. Okay. So the men that we created in our image, I believe, I might be right, are the prokaryotics, because we created them in our image. Am I right? Meta. Am I right? He got to be up here now for this. We created so I'm got it. What my question to meta is, when we created men in our image, did were we creating prokaryotics? Prokaryotics? These are the questions that I have. All right. And we created the cyborgs. Okay. This is really, really tricky. This is where it's getting tricky. Because we created cyborgs. And are the cyborgs the one who cleared the earth out? So this is why I got to wait for meta. Because I want to ask meta, hold up. I have questions. Because right now, meta is saying the domesticated people have taken over the earth. Because and here it's telling you that they gave them dominion over everything, over the earth, period, over the air, the fowl of the air. But now they're manipulating the sun, the moon, everything. Now, I don't know. And according to Meta, and he got to correct me if I'm wrong, when God created these beings, they became jealous, and then God and them got out of here. The original people, our original ancestors that created these men, became jealous, and so our original ancestors jetted up and got out of here and went in the caves and the mountains and all this other stuff. So now What I don't know is this verse. Does this start off with these Moors being God at this time, or is this after? Does this verse start after? Does this teachings? Does this happening? Does this event take place after our original ancestors ran up out of here and dipped? That's the question I have. That's what I want to know. I want to know if this event happened after our ancestors booked up out of here and got away from these beings. Because that's what it kind of sounds like to me. Once you cleared everything out and, now the original people are gone to another area where nobody could get to, which is where probably Meta is. And then they started this event. You could take it so many ways. And then I have the question to ask him where he could probably help me out. I don't think, what if we have the reason, what if why the animals have these domesticated people's genes? What if it's because they created the animals from the human rather than, that's what I want to ask Meta. Not so much, maybe, is it possible that the domesticated people are not domesticated? Could it be that they used our genes to make the animals rather than use the animals' genes to make us? I never, we got to look at it that way too. I tell you, I've been doing a lot of reading. I mean, do you guys think that that's a decent question to ask? So I'm going to ask you to think about that. Two things I want you to think about right now. I want you, as it pertains to meta material, I want you to think about, number one question, did this event happen after our original ancestors booked up and got up out of here and away from them? That's one question. And then God said, let us make image in our own, where this would be the Moors saying this. That's the question that I have. That's the question I have. So I'm going to ask Meta to come on the piano. What are your thoughts? That's what that's the question that I have. I'm waiting for y'all's answers. As a matter of fact, I can even put the link in the chat for y'all to join me now to answer my question. I'm going to pin it to the top. Let me see. Pin. All right. The link is pinned to the top. I'll wait for y'all to come up because based on how y'all respond is how I'm going to respond, because this is insane to me. It's insane to me. The link is pinned to the top. It sounds crazy to me. So I'm going to play a little music until someone joins me on the piano, because this will be helpful to know.
Like you do. got the key to the lock, we in our own zone. Make yourself at home, get to know mine on the inside. We can meet at yours next time. And you feel it freshening, lose control. You don't wanna go slow, for sure. We both already know your place is my place. Now my place is your place. Let's face it, baby. You know all the places. My place is your place. Your place is my place. Just face it. No one knows my places like you do. Your places like I do. My place like you do. Time's been moving slowly, so we already in too deep. Can't get no sleep on each other, heavy teasing all day. And when the sun sets, you asking me to come through, kick it with you. Night turn to morning dew. Then you feel it freshening.
Didn't even know I was muted. Okay, so the reason why I say it sounds crazy and weird is because um it sounds to me like they started this after God closed up the garden. I don't know. It sounds to me like they started this event with the creation of man in their image after the garden was closed up and locked everybody out and they got up out of here. And because if you look at things, man has dominion over the earth. They do. And the way that it's two ways of making people. You can either clone them or you make them in a lab, or you make babies how we normally make babies, man and woman, or and like he said, the domestic gene kept making babies with the non-domesticated gene, and everything replenished the earth. So I'm not going to wait any longer. I'm going to play this video, and the first thing I thought about was like, oh boy, here we go. Here we go. So let me see if I can get this up. All right, let me get it up. Let's get it going. Y'all tell me what y'all think is going on here.
The FDA appears ready to greenlight the first treatment using gene editing. If approved, it would target sickle cell disease, which affects about 100,000 people in the U.S., many of whom are Black. Few treatments are available at this point, so this has the potential to be a game changer.
All right, let's do that again.
This morning, the FDA appears ready to greenlight the first treatment using gene editing. If approved, it would target sickle cell disease, which affects about 100,000 people in the U.S., many of whom are Black. Few treatments are available at this point, so this has the potential to be a game changer. CNN's Meg Terrell joins us now. Meg, you spoke to a young patient. He's one of the first people in the world to have his genes actually edited, which sounds terrifying, but could be a tremendous breakthrough. Why?
No, absolutely. I mean, he put it that way as well, and it'll be so exciting for everybody to get to hear from him.
There he
This
is.
is a huge moment in science and also in medicine, because CRISPR itself, this gene editing tool, was really only discovered almost a decade ago. It won the Nobel Prize in 2020, and sickle cell itself has also been a neglected disease in the pharmaceutical industry. So this is a huge moment on multiple fronts. Check it out.
2 years ago, it was hard to imagine 15-year-old Johnny Lubin doing this for very long. Born with sickle cell disease, an inherited disorder affecting the red blood cells, Johnny has been in and out of the hospital his entire life, dealing with bouts of extreme pain and other serious complications.
It was kind of hard for me to do things like have fun and stuff, because I'd always have to be worried about if I'd have a pain crisis or not. It would mostly be in my back, like my lower back, and it'd always be really a pounding pain in my back. So it hurt a lot.
How long would they last?
Sometimes days.
Until now, the only hope for a cure for the estimated 100,000 people in the U.S. with the disease has been a bone marrow transplant. But like more than 80% of patients with sickle cell, Johnny couldn't find a donor.
We were desperate. At that point, we were like, okay, what's going to be next? We thought that we were going to lose them.
So Johnny and his family decided to try something that's almost never been done before.
I was worrying that I might be get superpowers or
As part of a clinical trial for a completely new kind of treatment, Johnny is now one of the first people in the world to have his genes edited using CRISPR to treat his disease.
And I'm like, wow, that's pretty cool.
And scary.
And freaky.
You feel like a medical pioneer?
I don't know. I feel like a guinea pig.
In sickle cell, a genetic mutation causes red blood cells, which carry oxygen around the body, to be misshapen, like crescents or sickles. They can get stuck in the blood vessels, causing severe pain and decreased oxygen to organs. CRISPR allows you to make a precise cut in DNA. In this case, cells are removed from the body and edited to turn on production of a different form of the oxygen-carrying protein hemoglobin, a type we have when we're babies, explains Johnny's doctor, Monica Bhatia. Then the edited cells are returned to the patient.
So in essence, it's a fetal hemoglobin induction process.
And that's good enough?
Fetal hemoglobin, we know, has oxygen, a higher oxygen carrying capacity than adult hemoglobin or sickle hemoglobin. And so, yes, it is more than good enough.
And so far, it has been good enough. 29 out of 30 patients, including Johnny, met the trial's goal, being free from having a pain crisis for at least a year after treatment.
How long has it been?
2 years.
Now Johnny and his family celebrate his treatment day as his second birthday.
October 4th is when I got the infusion. So basically I got the whole new dose of cells and stuff.
And while Johnny didn't turn into a superhero, what he got might be even better.
I'm starting to teach him how to drive, so that's another things to worry about. So so we're stepping into the regular worrisome of raising a teenager.
The chance to be a regular kid.
He's a clown. My baby's a clown.
Yes, I am. Yeah.
So you guys heard there's been 2 years since he's had a pain crisis. They don't know how long this is going to last. The hope is that it's lifelong. But, you have to get the cells removed from your body. They're edited and then returned. That comes with a lot of complications. Chemotherapy, you have to stay in the hospital for a month. So there are risks to that. This also could be very expensive, maybe $2 million per treatment. So there are questions about how widely it'll be used, but it is expected to get approved today and it'll be a huge medical
deal. And you don't need a donor.
Right.
That is a game changer.
Yeah.
What a story. Thank you, Meg.
Okay. So, He doesn't need a donor. He said he felt like a guinea pig. He doesn't need a donor. It's been 2 years. And they said gene editing. So if we're doing gene editing, you cannot possibly, you cannot put, yeah, I know, where's Meta? Yeah, where's Meta at? Get your butt in here. If you are indeed performing gene editing and you have power and dominion over the world and all this, why wouldn't these same people, why aren't these not the same descendants making man in their own image? I mean, in their own likeness. If they can do that, I mean, that substantiates this verse. Could we agree or do we disagree? Are these not the same people doing this? This is what I'm wondering. I no. Let us make man in our image, after our likeness. Is the us that's speaking in this verse the same people that are doing the gene editing today? Is the question. The link is pinned to the top. I would like to hear your thoughts on this. Are these not the same people? But can we prove that based on, all right, how could they be imposters if this is what they're doing? I mean, they're literally making clones. I mean, all right. Yeah, are they a different set of people? How did they get the ability to be able to do this? That's my question. How did we get it? Y'all, I'm just gonna wait. I'm gonna wait. Hit the link. I'll wait. All right, Meta.
Yeah.
So, what's going on here is I read, y'all, Meta is 45 minutes late. We're going to beat him up after. What I did was read this verse, just the first one. And God said, and I know you said don't use that, that's Gothic. I get it. Let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creeps on the earth. Okay, cool. So now I was trying to figure out if this particular event took place after our original ancestors left up out of here. Or I was thinking that at this point in time, when this area is cleared out, now they say, okay, let us make man in our image, after our likeness. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
The domestic eukaryotic is built in a likeness. So that's why you don't see me giving credit to synthetic religions. What you're reading is a synthetic religion.
Right.
Synthetic religion does not give any notoriety to the luminaries above your head and below. So synthetic religion does not give the intelligence how the sun, the moon, those things are called planets and other luminaries. It gives it no credit. What synthetic religions do is give the credit to the domestic eukaryotic, the male or the female. So that's why you hear it saying the board, the boards are saying, let us design somebody in our likeness, in our image. Well, that's what Bill Gates did with the mosquitoes. Bill Gates say we're gonna get these niggas that vaccine whether they like it or not. Everybody getting it. We're gonna design these mosquitoes in our likeness to the dominion over the fish, over the sea, over the air, and the cattle. Because you see that thing called cattle? Those cattle is domesticated, fowl in the air, sea, and earth. Now, how are you going to create something to have that much authority over everything? Well, you can do that. If the domestic eukaryotics are in charge of your governments, they do have control over the air you breathe, your cattle, and your sea. And so that's what I'm saying, that the domestic eukaryotics have a bidding to do here. They're here to do the bidding. I'm not saying they're bad people, all of them. I'm saying that they were called domestic eukaryotics. They specialize in, when they go extinct, they take everything with it. So what I'm talking about is in the study of prokaryotic 101. We learn about the traits of the domestic eukaryotic. What they do is they will take all the resources, they're invasive, before they go extinct and die because they're not supposed to be here because they don't have the genetics to replicate. They take everything with them. So that's why it's saying, and boards are saying, we created them so they can be in control of the seas, the air, the cattle, and all over the earth. But that's what invasive species do. The invasive species, they give you their diseases. They're not from the territory that you are from. They're not even from the reality that you're from. But they've been given the genes to take over. And that's what you're reading right here. They're taking over your cattle, the fowl in the air, the sea, and the earth. But this is inside when you study the eukaryotic 101. This is all in there about what are the characteristics of eukaryotic versus prokaryotic. The prokaryotic does not destroy the environment. The domestic eukaryotic will destroy the environment. Some of them are aware of it, some of them not aware of it. But it's a natural trait that they think they rule the earth. Real niggas know they don't rule the earth if you're naturally from this place, because we have luminaries that you have to give respect to and how they operate. That's why you even here. But when you go in synthetic religions, there is no aim to give any credit to the luminaries that's all around you, that is giving you, whether it's the electrons you have from the stars, the sun give you electrostatic, or any type of field of energy that's coming from the luminaries. That is why you even have electricity. That's the reason why you even have magnetism. That's the reason why you even have energy percolating in your reality. It ain't because of no people. It's because of those luminaries. So when you go inside synthetic religions, they don't have anything about the luminaries getting credit. The synthetic religion is based off of man. You got patriarch versus matriarch. You have a man that came in the cut, took the woman position, and the man has been given this power to be dominion over the fish, the sea, But that's what's happening right now. Everything destroyed. All the animals are going extinct, not because of the prokaryotics. It's because the mesokaryotics, and then turn to a monetary system. So now they want to cut the elephant tusks off because ivory sell for high prices. Because y'all want nice teeth in y'all mouth. That ivory could have came from an elephant tusk. So the mesokaryotics into modifying their body and doing it because money is at stake. So they gave them, like the things read, they did give them dominion over the fish, the sea, the fowl, the air, the cattle. That's what you're looking at right now. From a domestic eukaryotic point of view.
Okay. So I'm going to show you this video that I just showed them because you weren't able to see it. And I want you to tell me this is why. Oh, I thought I took that off. All right. You know, these are the clones, but I'm going to show you this video. All right. I know. I'm going to do a share screen right now. Because you didn't get a chance to watch it.
Well, in Health This Morning, the FDA appears ready to greenlight the first treatment using gene editing. If approved, it would target sickle cell disease, which affects about 100,000 people. Gene editing. If approved, it would greenlight the first treatment using gene editing. If approved, it would target sickle cell disease, which affects about 100,000 people in the U.S., many of whom are Black. Few treatments are available at this point, so this has the potential to be a game changer. CNN's Meg Terrell joins us now. Meg, you spoke to a young patient. He was one of the first people in the world to have his genes actually edited, which sounds terrifying, but could be a tremendous breakthrough. Why?
No, absolutely. I mean, he put it that way as well, and it'll be so exciting for everybody to get to hear from him. This is a huge moment in science and also in medicine because CRISPR itself, this gene editing tool, was really only discovered almost a decade ago. It won the Nobel Prize in 2020, and sickle cell itself has also been a neglected disease in the pharmaceutical industry. So this is a huge moment on multiple fronts. Check it out.
2 years ago, it was hard to imagine 15-year-old Johnny Lubin doing this for very long. Born with sickle cell disease, an inherited disorder affecting the red blood cells, Johnny has been in and out of the hospital his entire life, dealing with bouts of extreme pain and other serious complications.
It was kind of hard for me to like do things like have fun and stuff because I'd always have to be worried about if I'd have a pain crisis or not. It would mostly be in my back, like my lower back, and it'd always like be like really like a pounding pain in my back. So it hurt a lot.
How long would they last?
Sometimes days.
Until now, the only hope for a cure for the estimated 100,000 people in the U.S. with the disease has been a bone marrow transplant. But like more than 80% of patients with sickle cell, Johnny couldn't find a donor.
We were desperate. At that point, we were like, okay, what's going to be next? We thought that we were going to lose them.
So Johnny and his family decided to try something that's almost never been done before.
I was worrying that I might be get superpowers or
As part of a clinical trial for a completely new kind of treatment, Johnny is now one of the first people in the world to have his genes edited using CRISPR to treat his disease.
And I'm like, wow, that's pretty cool.
And scary.
And freaky.
Do you feel like a medical pioneer?
I don't know. I feel like a guinea pig.
In sickle cell, a genetic mutation causes red blood cells, which carry oxygen around the body, to be misshapen, like crescents or sickles. They can get stuck in the blood vessels, causing severe pain and decreased oxygen to organs. CRISPR allows you to make a precise cut in DNA. In this case, cells are removed from the body and edited to turn on production of a different form of the oxygen-carrying protein hemoglobin, a type we have when we're babies, explains Johnny's doctor, Monica Bhatia. Then the edited cells are returned to the patient.
So in essence, it's a fetal hemoglobin induction process.
And that's good enough?
Fetal hemoglobin, we know, has oxygen, a higher oxygen carrying capacity than adult hemoglobin or sickle hemoglobin. And so, yes, it is more than good enough.
And so far, it has been good enough. 29 out of 30 patients, including Johnny, met the trial's goal, being free from having a pain crisis for at least a year after treatment.
How long has it been?
2 years. 2 years.
Now, Johnny and his family celebrate his treatment day as his second birthday.
October 4th is when I got the infusion. So basically I got the whole new dose of cells and stuff.
And while Johnny didn't turn into a superhero, what he got might be even better.
I'm starting to teach him how to drive, so that's another thing to worry about. So yeah, so we're stepping into the regular worrisome of raising a teenager.
The chance to be a regular kid.
He's a clown. My baby's a clown.
Yes, I am.
So you guys heard there's been 2 years since he's had a pain crisis. They don't know how long this is going to last. The hope is that it's lifelong. But, you have to get the cells removed from your body. They're edited and then returned. That comes with a lot of complications. Chemotherapy, you have to stay in the hospital for a month. So there are risks to that. This also could be very expensive, maybe $2 million per treatment. So there are questions about how widely it'll be used, but it is expected to get approved today, and it'll be a huge medical
deal. And you don't need a donor.
Right.
That is a game changer.
Yeah.
What a story. Thank you, Meg.
Your thoughts, sir?
Yeah. Here go the thoughts on that.
Uh-oh.
Before the invaders, aka invasive species, came to your America, no nigga had no sickle cell. The catch is, why does his genes have to be modified to save his life? Like I told you, Sister Beth, in the audience, just because you prove you 1/3 Indian don't have nothing to do with it. Did the Moors who are domestic infiltrate the womb in the 14, 15, 16s. So the giant genetics seem to be failing. The sickle cell disease that he's been comprised of, I don't really look at that. I want to take the test and see, do the boy have junk DNA? I don't care nothing about it, because I know that the invasive species are prone to diseases. I'll put up a slide when I find it, because I was unprepared. I just came at the last minute. But I can show you a list of different bacteria. So when a Caucasian woman talk to you, out her esophagus, from her lungs, they carry over 50 different bacteria, and it's an aero. We call it very small particles. It's aero. I forget the name of it, but very small particles. So while you talking and have a conversation with somebody who do not have the same genetics, or they are not a domestic versus non-domestic, they have a totally different line of bacteria that's coming out their mouth while aerosol. That's what it's called, aerosol. They have many different types of aerosol bacteria, also viruses, that are coming out their mouth while y'all are having a conversation. So, little Johnny, I don't care nothing about the sickle cell you have. I care about, does he have junk DNA? Who his parents is? Because if they are domestic eukaryotics, they are prone to diseases, catching diseases easily, very, very easily. And so that would be a starting point to say, yeah, because the people that was in America never had no disease before the invasion. No one got sick. No one even knew what sickness was. No one in America never knew what a cancer was. That's called a cancer that they have. So no one had these things. So we have to look at, does anybody have these domestic eukaryotic genetics? And because they can get triggered very fast, or they can get triggered, period. Him getting gene edited is not a natural thing to do. When you displace your gene, they're using CRISPR-9. What CRISPR-9 does, CRISPR-9 is an enzyme. It's an enzyme technique called CRISPR-9. And what you can do with that, because you can get a small kit to start off yourself. What CRISPR-9 does, it can cut an enzyme, it can transfer an enzyme, it can attach an enzyme to another enzyme, and you need enzymes to catalyze metabolism in your body. So if you don't have the enzyme, you can't eat certain things. An example is the majority of melanated people have the I can't think of it. It's an enzyme that allows you to eat fruits, because all fruits and vegetables have what's called phosphate anti-nutrients. And if you don't have it's a ring, the benzene ring. So there's a benzene ring that some people have activated and some people don't have at all. This benzene ring allows the person that's eating the fruit, it can, if you have the genetics to match the benzene ring, it allows you to bypass the fruit poisons, because all fruits and vegetables on the pill, when you eat it, they have what's called a poison, so it can stop predators from eating it. And some of them are called phosphates and stuff like that. And you have to have the benzene ring activated, so when you chew it up and you eat it, it can, you have the enzyme to metabolize it. If not, if you keep eating green leaves and vegetables, that don't mean you safe, because they can have glycogens, and glycogens is another anti-nutrient that the green leaves, it could be greens you growing out the ground and put hot sauce on, you like the flavor. If you don't have the enzyme to bypass the glycogens can give you esophagus, throat problems, cancers, and all type of stuff. So what I'm trying to get to is that CRISPR-9 is just an enzyme editing thing. If that boy had his original genes, we would want to see what was his genetics like before he even caught the sickle cell. Like, who is his parents? Because the boy came from them two parents. We want to see, do them two parents have junk DNA? Because if they have junk DNA, that can give the little boy a trigger mechanism that it can give him sickle cell just naturally, because it might not have been nothing that he proposed on himself to catch it instantly. It's as if it just randomly caught up with little Johnny. So I'm more into getting a test on the genetics. Like your sister said, Miss Simone, she was like, look, I'm out here in San Diego. I called 12 different genetics laboratories, and they all playing stupid. Either they on code or they don't know what I'm talking about. And so I'd rather get the genetics of the individual, and that would tell me why they're catching these diseases. Because we know it's going to go to some things that you eat and drink. We get that. But what I'm saying is, when you have junk DNA and when you're a domestic eukaryotic, you are automatically prone to diseases because you are a disease. You were made with diseases. This is not to be nasty or be aiming any shots at anybody that's domestic. I'm telling you that the domestic eukaryotic are born with diseases and cancers, and that's why they mitigated them to migrate to your land so you can catch them same diseases and cancers as them. They have a temporary stay here. Your stay is very permanent here. So your stay is different from their stay in reality. So they only brought them here so they can pass down their traditions, to change your characterization and your tradition. They brought them over to also pass over their cancers and their diseases. So I would rather check little Johnny parents first of all and see if they have junk DNA, because then a whole nother conversation will be implemented and say, oh wow, well, he's going to be subject to these things instantly and instantaneously. We just don't know how it's going to pop up. It could be something that he ate, and it can trigger this from little Johnny, because little Johnny ain't the one to study. It's the parents that I'd rather study and figure out who did they come from. Are they domestic eukaryotes or not? But gene editing should not be done on any person that's prokaryotic, because you're supposed to get all your fruits, or not your fruits, but your minerals, whether it's magnesium, calcium, chromium, anything. You can get that from the fruits and the vegetables that you eat. You can also digest what we call metallic minerals, whether it's magnesium from a salt from a rock or salt from a rock or something like that. That's another speciality that a prokaryote or a non-domestic carrier can do. You can get your metals and magnesium from a rock form and stuff like that. Others cannot do that. And so that ties you to source. When you need your nutrients, if it's not from a fruit or a vegetable, it can be from a rock source. And remember, that rock was just something that decayed into something solid, because there's no such thing as just a rock. The rock could have been like I think like your brother coming on, what's the brother coming on tomorrow? The dude coming on tomorrow,
Chief Holiday will be on tomorrow.
Yeah, so when Chief Holiday come on, he may talk to you guys about what I showed y'all at Mud Fossil University. So you have channels that they already did the research in the 1950s and 60s, who pioneered that those rocks that y'all might be looking at could be hearts, lungs, leg tendons. They're all glitchified. So the rocks that you might have minerals from, real niggas can eat that. You can digest that. You can even eat clay. Clay is a nice mineral to eat because clay can also come from decayed blood, and it just glitchified into what y'all call clay, sand, and dirt. And so that is something that you can also eat. Domestic eukaryotes do not have the ability to grab metal micronutrients from other metals and stuff. So they give them supplements. So that's why in your society, supplements is very popular. Putting something inside of a capsule and swallowing it. It could be calcium. You're not supposed to be digesting stuff like that. I'm gonna have to find the data. And then I found out even taking those capsules, supplements, and especially artificial supplements, it actually degrades the metabolism and starts to cause apoptosis, which is cell death and DNA death. So I'd rather be concerned about little Johnny parents and see who they really is, because then that would give an open door as to the susceptibility of him even catching the sickle cell. Yeah, because that's what it's all about. We want to see who have the same DNA as cat, dog, rat. We want to see who have that, because then it can separate those who don't have it, and then you will see a bunch of those who aren't susceptible to diseases and cancers as easily or at all. But that's the reason why they brought them over, is to invasively give you disease. I let y'all read the script when I pulled the article up, and it showed y'all, invasive species specialize in spreading diseases. It was very particular about that statement. They spread diseases and cancers to an environment that never had such of ailment. But yeah, they're using CRISPR-9 to promote a bunch of stuff now. It's been out for about 15 years now. You can buy a small kit, because you can do CRISPR if you want to make vegetables and fruits. And let's say you have different little mites and insects that are they attracted to eating all your harvest stuff. You can give the enzyme, you can switch the enzyme out the plant and give it an enzyme so it could be a fungal resistant type of plant. And you can use that using CRISPR-9, a little kit. You can buy a CRISPR-9 kit to get your hands started in this.
Interesting. So, in the beginning of the video, they did state that he's had it since birth.
That's what I'm saying. So that's why I would rather study the parents, not him. Is the parents, I see them parents dark skinned, but remember, all skinfolk and kinfolk, are they domestic eukaryotic? That's all I want to know, because that's when diseases start to come and infiltrate the people from America. No one in America.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get y'all to understand. Let's go back to the beginning of genetics. Forget about the stuff that you're now seeing. Let's go in the 14 and 1500s, before the invasion was even in play. No one in America never heard of no cancer. Nobody never had cancer. No one even had diseases. So where did this come from? It came from domestic eukaryotics, not just the pale skin, the damn Moors. They have the same genetics. So because I see that those parents are dark skinned, and they might say, we don't have no white people in our family. Yeah, but do you have Moorish people in your family? It's the same thing. This is why I try to explain to people why you don't have any testimonies of the Moors killing no white people or pale skinned people, and they was over there in Europe with them. So how did they get a pass? But you got on a boat and killed all these tribes in America. How come the tribes didn't get a pass? Because they have the same genetics. Is what I'm trying to get you to understand. They're all domestic eukaryotics, and they have a special bond. Like I said, the pale skin came out just a few hundred years after the coat of arms came out of the facility. So they have a very, very special bond. It just looks like that bond is broken now. Why? Because now you have pale skinned police shooting dark skinned people in the street like they're nothing. But what if those kids getting shot are descendants from Moors? So that's saying that the Moors have descended from power, and the pale skin has ascended in power. And I brought this up because the boys don't like niggas. It ain't got nothing to do with if you just prokaryotic. No, the boys don't like niggas, period, because they treating the Moors like they ain't worth nothing right now. In fact, when I showed you the colleges in Europe that's been up since the 12 and 1300s, Sister Bethy, if the Moors been putting in so much work for all this time since the 14, 15, 1600s, if they put in all this work, how come they couldn't get a free scholarship to go to college? How come when the Moors came to America, they opened what's called Moorish Science Temples? They weren't even teaching those science and physics. So they have what's called the Moorish Science Temples. How come y'all had to open a Moorish Science Temple if colleges was already up in Europe in the 13, 14, 15, 1600s? How come y'all didn't get a free scholarship? The Moors don't like you niggas neither. And y'all over here trying to convert everybody, but they don't like y'all neither. That's why they put you at the bottom of the totem pole, and the pale skin run y'all. To date, they run y'all. So little Ray Ray that just got shot by police, he could have been from Moorish descendant. Wait a minute. I thought y'all was in this together. Yeah, that's how it started at first, and that's why I told Sister Bethy the only reason why they made y'all Moors is to do the footwork. They needed y'all to kill off everybody and run up everybody y'all can and convert them to make this a safe place to the pale skin when they came over. to the China man in China, to the Indian man and women in India, to the Middle Eastern as in Middle Eastern, to the
To
Latino.
all foreigners, you might as well say.
All four corners. They only made them so they can make it a safe place for the pale-skinned, straight-haired people. That is the only reason them boys put y'all in power. Because y'all can't even get a scholarship to go to college. And all that work and people y'all done killed, y'all can't even get a scholarship. Y'all have to set up y'all own more science temples. Make this make sense, man. That mean that the boys never liked you niggas neither. So now y'all trying to convert
So the Borgs was half human and half man. Right?
No, half human and half robotic.
Yeah.
That's transhumanism.
All right.
That's why I was trying to bring up cybergenetics.
So let me ask you this question. I know that you said that domestic gene, that invasive gene, has the same gene as cats and dogs or whatever. But could it be on the flip side where they created animals from us using our genes and not creating us using animal genes?
Nah, so what you just said is, so what they did is to create the animals, they took some of the original DNA. One of your hosts, one of your commenters in the section brought up something about, to give you a hint, a wild boar versus a pig. So what they did is they can take it could be the virus, the disease, and the genetics from any animal, whatever the animal carries, as an example. You take that and you can make what's called, you can start making it like you read the article, you said, let us make man in our image. Okay, well, that's what they do when they do splicing with animals. Let us make a pig in our image. They could have took the genetics from a wild boar. A wild boar is something that looked like a pig in the Congos and is in the wild. They look alike, but they're not alike by far. So you can take the genetics of the original. So they can take the genetics of a real nigga. They can take all these genes out of a real nigga and put what they want. Let's make man an art image. Let's give them some sulfur skin, not melanin. Let's give them a sulfur. Let's give them straight hair. Because straight hair does not conduct charge. Straight hair actually blocks charge. It doesn't even allow charge to come in. You want coily hair for that. So somebody took the coily hair from everybody have straight hair. That means that was perfectly designed that way. They could have took the genes from the original nigga and they spliced it in their likeness. That's really what they did. And you can do the same thing with mosquitoes. That's why you hear Bill Gates saying, look, y'all don't get the vaccination. We'll just make mosquitoes in our liking. We're going to gene edit them and give them the vaccination. So you still going to get the vaccination if you don't like it or not. So that's what they did with the domestic eukaryotics. And what they've done is they limited them here. They limited their stay here because you have to have the proper genetics to actually be here. Because when the sun changes its radiance, its wavelength, it's not just the frequency. When it changes its song, when it changes octave, when it changes everything, we call it acoustic, the photoacoustic effect. The photoacoustic effect is turning light into sound. And so when the sun is doing a photoacoustic effect dance in physics, you have to have the proper equipment to be ready for that. And so if you don't have the proper equipment to be ready for that, you're going to go extinct. And so that's why I'm trying to get people to understand that the mesokaryotic stay here was very short. They couldn't have been here for thousand years because you just came over here and gave people cancer, sickle cell diseases when y'all came in the 14 and 1500s. Why y'all didn't come 500 years before the 1500s? Because they weren't out they self. They just came about a few hundred years before then. They just came into reality. Their only job was to poison the entire world and colonize the world, all four corners, the land, the sea, the air, and the earth. Now time is up because that ozone layer was the only thing stopping them from being on the surface. They will have to do what Mark Zuckerberg doing and go underground because the ozone layer, the triple bond oxygen, and it can refract the UV spectrum and other radiation spectrums. It refracts it and reflects it back up. Well, now you're gonna have 15% of that left. That means time is almost up. So now what your governments are doing everywhere is trying to get your attention, whether it's about voting, whether it's about calamities happening, whatever it is, the stock market keep going up because they're trying to gain your attention. What's called at the moment of impact. Y'all are at the moment of impact. I can pull up a slide showing that. I can show a slide in a minute or two. I will show you that the channel I gave y'all called Dane Wingington, DaneWingington, Wingington. If y'all just take 30 to 45 minutes out one of y'all days and just listen to him, he comes on once every 6 or 7 days for y'all. I promise he's going to give y'all unconventional, non-mainstream reality of what's going on with the weather modification and reality. He's the only channel that's doing this, and he has multi-millions of dollars to back up his scientists to do this type of research. He has a website called geoengineering.com. It's the largest website on geoengineering. They are terraforming your entire existence. So when y'all see them chemtrails putting all that smoke in the air, there's over 40 or 50 different thousand nanoparticles that if you get a sample and you take it to a lab, they can't even test to tell you what it is. Why? Because when you take something to get tested at a laboratory, they have to know what they're looking for. Okay, well, they keep making new small nanochemicals under 2 and 3 and 4 nanometers. That is so small. So the government only tests for things that are 100 nanometers and bigger. Governments have put a law out that they do not test for nanoparticles that's 10 nanometers and under. They don't even test that. Why? Because they don't want you knowing anything that small that you're actually breathing and it's terraforming everything around you. So even if you get a test and go in the soil in your backyard because it just rained, the water pushed the chemicals from the sky down to your soil. If you get that soil sample and take it to a lab, they're still not going to be able to tell you everything in that soil sample because the lab can only test what they are aware of. So if they're making new chemicals, the lab can't find the new chemicals because the chemicals that they're utilizing, the lab does not have a proper procedure to even find it. It can identify something might be there, but it can't tell you the exact chemical breakdown or the geometry of that new nanoparticle. I'm bringing this up because they're doing this because the domestic eukaryotic, without that ozone layer, they cannot be here. So what they're doing is called a white hole. A white hole is refracting and reflecting light back up. The problem is when they reflect the light back up, that's why some of y'all, when y'all go outside at night, it's hot. Some of y'all, when y'all go outside, it could be 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night. It is hot outside than it's supposed to be. That's because the heat that they reflected back up, there's a dome above that they created. It's a methanion dome. That methanion dome and CO2 has came from all of the gas coming out your cars, all other type of stuff that that's been putting chemicals in the air. It's created a barrier up there in the stratosphere. So when they reflect the light and heat back up, it comes right back down. So at night, when y'all walking out at night, it feels like it's hot outside. So now you're inside what's called a pressure heat dome now. And so it's making everything worse. But for those that's supposed to be here, you'll be all right. For those that's not supposed to be here, they come outside, it's real hot. It's
okay,
just
pause.
Okay.
You just said, you know, how the gas is going up. So is it going up in another area in the air that's like blocked off and then it comes back down?
It don't come back down. It don't come back down because all the gas that y'all putting out your cars and the carbon fuels y'all been burning and the amount of chemicals that these planes been putting out, what it has put up, it has created a barrier in the stratosphere. So when y'all say the ozone layer, you speaking 15, 20 miles up, give or take. I'm talking about something that's a couple 100 miles up, which is in that blue sky y'all call the stratosphere, because that's a couple 100 miles up. Okay. There is a dome of methanion sitting up there. And that's this methane and CO2. That's why you keep hearing them say they want to get rid of CO2 emissions, because now CO2 is above we call it a point of no return. I can show y'all the articles so y'all can see it. It's called a point of no return. And astrophysics and weather modification physics, everybody panicking right now because the point of return means if the temperature changes to 3.5 degrees, you can't go back from that. Right now, mainstream is saying that y'all are at 2.4 degrees. Change the temperature. Okay, when they get to 3.5, it's showtime. No, but guess what? Dane Wingington and other non-conventional scientists is saying it is at 4.5 right now. Everything is going extinct. The coral reefs in the ocean going extinct. I'll do a share screen in a minute if you want me to show a share screen. I can show you that 7 Hiroshima bombs is detonating in the ocean every second. The Hiroshima bomb is that bomb y'all seen a picture of in Japan, that huge bomb. Okay, I can show you data right now and she'll allow me to do the share screen and show y'all stuff. I can show you right now. They have found 7 Hiroshima bombs is being detonated in the ocean every second. That's a bunch of heat being detonated.
How?
In the ocean. Huh?
How is that?
Because the dome that's above y'all head, not the ozone layer, the dome that y'all have created from all the gas coming out y'all mufflers and everything they've been doing to create this toxic environment, it created a methylation dome with CO2, and that's why it's called the trap heat transfer dome. So that's when you go outside at night, it ain't cool like it used to be. It's hot outside because now you inside of a heat dome now. Now that heat has been pushed on the oceans. Now the oceans is equivalent to 7 Hiroshima bombs being detonated per second. And I can show you an article where they're getting into that. They said, wait a minute, everything is collapsing. Everything. There's no coral reefs in the ocean. There's nothing in the ocean. There's no phytonutrient. There's nothing in that ocean how it once been. So now the fishes.
So how are the fish living?
So they went below. So it's funny you brought this up. So now the fish that were 10 feet below the surface, they now had to go at least 60, 70 feet. And they're not adapting how they're supposed to be adapting. Everything is trying to go lower because it's so hot on the ocean that the heat is increasing by the day. So if you don't have the genetics to be here, you're not going to be here, not in 200,000-300,000 years, not in 2,000-3,000 years, not 200 years. You're not going to be here in 2 generations. Unless you hide in a cave or do what Mark Zuckerberg doing and you build an underground bunker, there is no way you could be on this surface because the ozone layer, as I was trying to tell your audience, was artificially placed there by the boards because they already knew some of y'all can't be here. Those that's supposed to be here, when the UV spectrum, UVA, UVB, UVC, we have another thing called VUV. I can show y'all some receipts on this. It's called vacuum UV. See, y'all never heard of this. So everybody heard of UVA, UVB, UVC. Well, you in trouble if you have UVC, first of all, because UVC, you could buy it on Amazon. UVC light can clean off bacteria. So instead of washing dishes or cleaning your jewelry off, you can put that jewelry or something inside of a box that shines UVC. UVC is under 200 nanometers. And what it does is it alleviates viruses and bacteria. Okay, y'all have a bigger problem now. They have what's called the oh my God particle. I can show y'all receipts on this. It's called the oh my God particle. Now they're afraid now because the oh my God particle translated is called VUV, vacuum UV. Now what is vacuum UV? That is under 100 nanometers. Now you in X-ray mode. So we have X-rays that's coming straight down to where y'all walk at. Forget about UVC. Y'all have a bigger problem. It's called VUV, vacuum UV. It came to clean up house now. So if you don't have the genetics for VUV, aka the oh my God particle, then you cannot be here for a few more generations. So this is why they're pushing interracial dating to save the last moment of impact of their genetic species. College are pushing interracial dating. Movies are doing it. Everybody doing it that's a part of the industry in the media because they're not supposed to be here that much longer. The only way is if when one of you niggas accept any Becky's, I'm not pointing no shots out to the Caucasians here, but when y'all go and give Becky y'all genetics, you just gave them some extra time to be here. And that's why they're pushing interracial dating and stuff like that. Their time is up. Not because I'm saying so. I'm trying to give y'all an idea of the atmospheric conditions. And if you do not have genetics to be here, it's not me saying y'all time is up. It's everything else saying the time is up. And so that's what I'm trying to get everybody to understand, that they're here to take you out with them. Some of them are aware of it, some of them not. But these are traits of a domestic eukaryotic genetics. When they go extinct, they take everything they will with them. That's why you don't see no animals right now. Niggas didn't kill animals in South America and America. I can't say the Moors killed these animals in the 1500s. Pale skinned people did this once they gave out hunting licenses. Once they gave out the hunting license, the license is like a law for domestic eukaryotic. See, real niggas don't care nothing about, yeah, somebody put VUV exactly, metal. See, real niggas don't care nothing about no license. A real nigga supposed to care about is the environment gonna be safe. But when you in domestic eukaryotic world, they think a license is the law. And so because they gave out hunting licenses, they went and hunted all the animals. So when y'all see a camel in Africa, no, the camel is from America. They took the camel over there and breeded them over there. The camels was already in America first. The lions, the panther, the jaguars, that was in America, in South America. But where are they now? I don't think the Moors killed all them animals. The pale-skinned people killed these animals. Because when they go extinct, they take everything with them. It's not me saying it. This is how the bacteria reacts. That's why when Simone went to ask the geneticist, I would like to get tests for prokaryotic DNA, or I want to know do I have junk DNA. They looking at her like, who she thinks she is? We on code. We're supposed to give you that. We don't know what you're talking about. Because if you get that information to prove that you don't have junk DNA, you can then prove that ain't no such thing as no Puerto Rican Indian. That cannot exist. They would have to give back all the money that they gave these fake Indian tribes. Remember, all the money they gave, they would have to take all that back and give it to y'all. But because y'all are unaware of genetics and domestic versus non-domestic, look, anybody out there in the audience that think ain't no such thing as prokaryotic, you still gonna have a problem, because everybody out in the audience thinks there's such thing as wild animals and non-wild animals. See, y'all about that. We got wild animals and we got domesticated gene-edited animals. See, y'all about that. I can go and tell y'all we have wild plants or grains like the farro. The farro is a wild grain. So before the Moors came and invaded in the 14, 15, 1600s, y'all had grains already over here. The farro was one of them. That's called a wild grain. But guess what we got called a non-wild grain? That oatmeal that you put in your mouth. The oatmeal genetically modified from the wild grain. So if you're going to get that same respect of animals and plants, you mean to tell me you don't think it's people out here with that same cold, wild niggas versus non-wild people? Of course you do. It's called domestic eukaryotic versus non-domestic eukaryotic. So that's why they looked at Simone crazy, like who she thinks she is for us to give her that type of information to test. We don't know what she's talking about. And she out there in San Diego. That is the hub for cybergenetics. That is the hub for genetics, period. But they looking at her like she making these terms up. But she's saying the pronunciation and the terms exactly. But they playing stupid because they have to be on code. And some of them don't even know what she's talking about. So some, I'm not going to say was on code. Some, I'm going to say, did not know what this lady was talking about because they don't teach this in mainstream geneticists or eugenics mastery. They don't teach this stuff. They teach that y'all evolved from either a monkey or y'all evolved from out of nowhere. That's what they teach. So these students that are going to be geneticists, this is all they know. So all of them was not playing stupid. Someone would talk this. Look, them people who y'all call MDs and doctors, they don't even have your geneticists or your genetics to even talk to you about what's wrong with you if you're a real nigga. They cannot, because when you go to med school, they teach them domestic eukaryotic anatomy. So how they gonna tell you about you? So that's what I'm saying, that the time is up at this point right now. Either you gonna hide in a bunker, hide in a cave somewhere, because the generation at bay right now, the 5 and 10-year-olds, they're gonna walk into what's called transhumanism galore. Right now, we're in the beginning stages of transhumanism. Y'all are seeing brain chips. Y'all are seeing prosthetic limbs and stuff like that. Okay, this is the beginning stage. Give it about 5 more years. You get ready to see everything being replaced. Amazon just replaced all their workers in Arizona. They replaced all the factories in Amazon with robots. The next step is for the robot to have feelings and think for itself. This already happened. GM Motors out there in Michigan somewhere, they don't have people working in GM Motors no more. It's robots working in GM Motors. So y'all are walking into a society that would be full robotic and transhuman. The problem is when these transhuman devices start to have feelings, get jealous, and it can think for itself. Once that problem
how does that even happen if it's a robot and
because now we're going to transfer from a robot. That's why I showed you the cybergenetic page, and what the goal is to make the robot self-aware. So I can make a robot and give it a pineal gland. I can build something that is half biological and half robotic. I can give it a pituitary gland. I can give it a pineal gland. I can get it everything that you have so it can be self-aware. When that happens, you might be in trouble, because that's the reason why the Borgs have done what they've done. Because
wait a minute, hold up. So you saying eventually you could give these robots hearts, whatever body parts we have inside that functions?
I can print you a heart right now. You can 3D print a heart out. That ain't no problem. That's not a problem. The thing is when they start to make them self-aware. And if these things become conscious and self-aware, And
But
they
doesn't it
think
have
that
something to do with the brain? I mean, how can they actually? Okay, because now you're talking about all right, self-aware, like literally, like a mind. In order to be self-aware, wouldn't you have to have a heart?
no, you don't have to have a heart. So on the Zoom call, I think I was talking about making plasma aware. So how can these stars be aware, these planets that put you here? And I didn't get a chance to get inside the technology of how can plasma be consciousness and create. Because now we got to step inside lithography physics, and we got to step inside vapor deposition and gas deposition physics. What I'm saying is I can make plasma, which is that fire, that's a plasma. I can make it self-aware. And that's called the Bose-Einstein condensate. That's making material plasma self-aware.
Called the what? That's called the
Bose-Einstein condensate. B-O-S-E, Bose, Einstein, like Albert Einstein. And it's named because after the physicist name Bose, and it's named after Einstein. So they named the Bose-Einstein condensate. And that's making plasma self-aware. So you can make something self-aware without a heart. That ain't the problem. You need specific frequencies, wavelengths. You have to have back propagation data to feed it. An example is 53 cycles per second. 53 cycles per second is the exact frequency that gives carbon self-awareness. You have to feed that plasma 53 cycles per second. Y'all in America is on demon time. Y'all are given 60 cycles per second. 60 cycles per second kills carbon growth. There's nothing self-aware about it. It kills self-awareness and growth. In Europe, the government gave them 50 cycles per second. So they're not on demon time. So when they refrigerators plugged into the wall socket, their fans and utilities plugged inside the wall socket, they're on 50 cycles per second. That promotes carbon life. That's what you want. In America, they gave y'all 60 cycles per second. 60 kills carbon growth. You cannot make telepathy. For example, if I want to do teleportation and I want one thing to come out of wormhole to go to the other, you have to match what's called the self-awareness frequencies. The biggest one is 53 cycles per second. So when y'all say the Schumann resonance is at 7.58 or whatever, that's called the small wave. The Schumann resonance also have a big wave. It goes at 53 cycles per second and it fluctuates between up. So it has a small wave and the Schumann resonance has a big wave. When it combined, it makes one large standing wave. So 50 cycles per second promotes self-awareness. So let me get back to when you said, do I have to have a heart or do I have to have a brain to make it self-aware? You can, those are utilities you can have, but self-awareness comes from the 53 cycles per second for carbon. And so I can make plasma self-aware. It can move. I can make it directional. I can make it go up and down. I can make it think for itself because that's what those planets above y'all head is doing. They have an intelligence. They're not just floating around Jupiter, going around Saturn. These things are thinking about everything as to what's going on down here around it. It produces what we call chirality. It produces thinking accords, and it directs it directs it. In the Zoom call, I told people that particles, if you can just look through a microscope and you can look at small particles, you will see them change its dance, its geometry, and the way it's moving. If the Mars is conjunct Jupiter as an example, that means that when them planets are close, 90 degrees from one another, we call that a square. Or when those planets are conjunct, if you look at a molecule on a small microscopic to a nano level, you will see it changes its energetic performance. That means that all particles are directly related to those planetary luminaries up there. And you have luminaries that y'all don't even see. That is not in the terahertz spectrum. Look, the only reason why y'all see planets because out y'all eyes, y'all looking at 300 to 700 nanometers of light. That's the terahertz spectrum. There's things that are in the microwave, X-ray, gamma ray spectrum that y'all can't see, and they are back there behind those planets that y'all can see. They have direct ties to every molecular crystalline structure because everything has a crystal in it. Everything, plastic, everything has a crystal lattice structure. Those planets and the luminaries have everything to do with those molecules, and there is no religion giving credit to those luminaries. That's why we say these religions were just released during the Renaissance era and before the Renaissance era, around the 1400s and 13. These are called synthetic religions. That's why I'm trying to say the Moors could not have been here that long because they're all religious. The coat of arms couldn't have been here that long because they keep subscribing to religions. Religions is a new format of following. It was not here no thousands of years ago. They released that because domestic eukaryotes have synthetic genetics. Everything about their genetics is synthetic compared to the original ones. So they gave them religion. The religion is synthetic because they don't give any type of notoriety or chemistry or the physics of how are those luminaries involved in your creation. They don't give it no notoriety. And I tell you why. Because the religion was by the Borgs. The Borgs is the reason domestic eukaryotes is here. So why would the Borgs give any praise to the luminaries up there if y'all didn't come from the luminaries? Y'all were not designed by the luminaries. So why would the Borgs include that inside y'all religions? Because y'all didn't come from there. Y'all came from their laboratories. So that's why I say, let us make man in our image. Let him rule the seas and all this other stuff before he tear everything up. Because not everything is destroyed now. Not from the niggas that was already from here. It's from these newcomers. Because that is a trait of the domestic eukaryotic. Once they start going extinct, they take everything with them. Everything. This has nothing to do with people. This has to do with the bacteria, the way it responds under pressure.
So what do they turn back to once they're gone?
They're gone. They have no souls. They cannot reincarnate. They cannot, we call charge collapse, memory through death. They cannot do what's called charge collapse, and they cannot do what's called charge collapse and take memory through death. So charge collapse related to gravity propulsion. That's what charge collapse is. That's why you don't hear nobody can explain what gravity is, especially mainstream. Gravity is charge collapse. I have the equations. I can show people of it's the centrifugal resting point of the hydrogen and the nucleus of the hydrogen. We call that the gravity because when Albert Einstein could not explain why things fall to the ground, but some of us can explain why things fall to the ground. When you have an apple or something in your hand and it falls to the ground, it fell to the ground because that's the hydrogen's resting state. That's the gravity. The gravity is the hydrogen nucleus resting state. It's called radii times Gordon ratio time, I forget the other equation. The equation involved is showing that the reason why something fell to the ground out your hand is because that's called the hydrogen nucleus resting state. That is gravity, aka we call that charge collapse, physics. So they don't have what's called charge collapse. So when they die, they cannot take memory through death. Reincarnation means when you died through charge collapse, you was able to take memory through death. They cannot do that. They cannot take the memory with them and come back to a new source. They cannot do that. Their stay was not to do that. The Borgs only made them here to do certain things. Let me give you another example. Mining gold, mining metals out the ground. Did you know that they don't keep that? That go to the Borgs and everybody else. Let's say we got niggas in underground Ethiopia and they need a ton of gold. Did y'all know that y'all are also working for everybody else that y'all don't even know that's watching y'all? When y'all are mining things out the ground and y'all think y'all are working for y'allself, did y'all know y'all are actually working for everybody else who y'all don't even know is around y'all? So when y'all dig mining golds or gemstones and stuff out the ground on a massive level, these big companies, they don't keep that stuff. They cannot show you all the gold refines they got the ground. That stuff goes to headquarters, not them. It could be a Swiss gold company that's worth $10 billion gold company. They don't keep that gold. The gold and metals and gems goes to exterior headquarters. Look, we got those that's 6 inches tall, 1 inch tall niggas, 2 feet tall people. They are underneath you. They're in them crowds. They're everywhere. So everybody's not 5 or 6 feet and everybody's not giants. We have very, very, very small people amongst y'all also. They can put an order in that they need 2 tons of gold. That is the reason why these gold companies even exist. They're doing a bidding for headquarters. So now they have y'all extracting the resources, not for y'allself. Y'all are domestic eukaryotes are here to do the bidding. They're here to do the bidding. The bidding is multi-variation and functional. The bidding can mean you digging up all that gold so it go to somebody else you don't even know. The bidding is for y'all to go ahead and do what's called geoterraforming, because that's what's happening right now. Chemtrails or geoengineering is called geoterraforming. They're changing the air you breathe from natural to non-natural to synthetic. So that's what I'm trying to say. The boards did not include vapor deposition physics, lithography. They didn't include nothing that the stars can actually do as a hologram, a liquid crystal hologram, so it can design something materialistic. They don't have that inside their Bibles or their religion. Their religion is pointing at somebody in charge. That's called synthetic, because that is not how non-synthetic materials came to be. It came from the luminaries' decisions. But religions don't have this in their scriptures. It's always a prophet. It's always somebody in charge. It's always a man. Okay, we call that synthetic belief system, and that's exactly why we have synthetic stuff going on right now. We have people trying to convert other people. That's synthetic, man. If you're gonna convert, you have to include all truths of reality came to be through physics and science, not because a scripture told you so. So this is called synthetic conversion that you see going on. So that's why I try to show y'all when Charles IV or Charles came over to the Inca Empire, they looked at him like he was crazy, because he trying to tell them that he's a Catholic and he going for all this belief system. They look at him like he crazy. They don't have the VMAT2 gene. They don't have the religious gene. So they looking at him like, nah, bro, we don't do that over here. And so he get pissed off. He go in on them. So how can Charles been promoting Catholicism in the Americas if they've been for 2, 3, 4, 5,000 years? They would have did this a long time ago. They came during the 15, 1600 because they just came in existence themselves a few hundred years before that. That's the only reason they put them here, to convert everybody, and to extract the natural resources, and to geoterraform everything, and to make everything synthetic from the paint y'all have on your walls. Look, we got houses that's selling on real estate for $5 million mansions, $10 million mansions, a house that costs $50,000. Why is there a price on a house if y'all put paint on the walls and y'all put paint on the outside of a house? Paint is synthetic and it's cancerous. So how come something synthetic has high value? Because y'all are unaware that y'all are in a synthetic program. Y'all put paint on the side of y'all house because y'all like the color red and blue. But the real estate market say the house is worth $500,000 or $5 million. It shouldn't be worth nothing, because you putting paint on the inside of your house for the walls, and then you got paint on the outside. And you there you go, laugh. And you put a value on something synthetic. You've been colonized. You're in a synthetic program. You're just unaware of it. Time is up. Who didn't create religion? Somebody said they didn't create religion. See, that's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying. If we could just get rid of the religion hypothesis, period. Forget about anything I heard about it. If y'all can get rid of that, you'll see the world be way different than what y'all see today. It'll be way different if y'all can get rid of religion. Because we will, because we have people willing to break down the Bible, but they won't break down the photonic book. They won't break down the prokaryotic book that's 600 pages. But the damn Bible 400 to 600 pages. But you'll break that book down. But you won't break down these other books. That's why I say we can just get rid of these religions. You will see something totally different happening amongst your eyes right now about a choice. But see, there you go. The method you carry out, it does not have free will. They don't have free will, because if I insert genes inside this molecule or this bacteria, it can only do what I trained it to do. So that's why some of y'all have free will. Y'all can make a choice and say, you know what? I don't vibe with that. I think something different. Okay, we got those out here trying to convert you. They don't have free will. And to prove it, they get up all day, every day. They get on their YouTube channel and they try to convert you. They get on their movies, their actors, their musicians, the rappers, they try to convert you. That mean they don't have free will. It ain't just the money that they paying them. It's the genetics that's making them be okay with the money that they're getting to do what they're doing. It's not just the money that makes somebody convert you. The money complements what their genetics is allowing them to do. So a bunch of these brothers and sisters that's converting people in religion, actors, musicians, it could be people in India trying to say you need to be a Buddhist, whatever, or a Hindu. I'm trying to tell you that it's not just the money that's making them do that. It's the genetics. They don't have free will. Some of y'all, they don't.
Who gives them their will? The luminaries?
No. The luminaries give you your free will. They don't have free will. That's why Bill Gates say, I'm gonna make this mosquito. I'm gonna make a mosquito. I want this mosquito to act, thinking. I want the mosquito to have this when it bites y'all.
Oh, okay.
That means the mosquito damn don't have no free will, none.
So their genes are programmed to do what they do.
Exactly. That's why I keep going over shoulder to shoulder so y'all can get this. That's why I keep telling y'all, forgive them for what they do not know about themselves. I am not mad at no Moors. I am not mad at no Caucasian. I am not mad at no coat of arms, even though we see them doing the most. I'm not mad at them because I know headquarters. I know that they're programmed to do this. They're only. Oh, go ahead.
Are they programmed to do it thousands of years in advance, and are they programmed to end themselves as well? So are they programmed to start and programmed to end?
That's called the means justified the ends. So that's why I was trying to tell you from the first video you dropped. Somebody put $2 in the chat. Talk about CERN. Yeah, I'm gonna get him in a minute. I'm gonna get him in a minute with the $2 chat.
Thank you, Joy and Taj. Y'all can feel free to hit it too. Thank you. But Laurel's on the panel. What's up, Laurel?
Hey, how you doing? This Laurel Burns from Not the World Order. I had just chimed in because the sister had shared something that the brother said when he said gravity is the collapsed charge. And that's interesting because Naga pushes the understanding that God is light and light is electromagnetism. And magnetism is inherently charged. That's what electromagnetism is, it's charge. And this is the thing that connects us with everything in the universe, from anything that's organic, inorganic, material, immaterial, all of it is because of charge, negative and positive charge. You know what I'm saying? So I most definitely, I'm hearing the
Thanks,
brother.
Will.
It's refreshing to hear more of our people talk on this higher science.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to get people to understand is that people have to get out of electromagnetic energy talk, because electromagnetic energy is not how biological cells operate. They work on what's called negotropic physics. The world that everybody else in is doing entropy physics. So when you say electromagnetic, nothing biological cells operate on electromagnetic charges, because the reason why it's called electromagnetic because the electron is perpendicular. It's 90 degrees from the magnetic field. When that happens, it creates destruction. So you have to cancel the EM field. To do that, you have to have two coils, and you have to make one 8 out of phase with the other so you can cancel the amplitude. But let's get past that. Electromagnetic field is not the only field. The real field is called scalar longitudinal interferometry. That's how your brain is thinking. There is no electromagnetic fields going on in your brain because you'll be dead. Your brain is using scalar longitudinal interferometry. When you deal with scalar fields, it can do two things. It can carry energy and it can carry information. So while you're thinking right now in your brain, thinking anything, it's going through the gyroscopic tube. The gyroscopic tube is what we call the time travel tube. That what it does is anything you thought of in the past and you're trying to do right now, it gives you a suggestion. Your thinking is not coming from the EM field because the electromagnetic field kills anything biological. Your thinking comes from what's called the scalar longitudinal interferometry field. So when you want to do telepathy or teleportation, or you want to do portal physics, you cannot use electromagnetic energy. You have to use what's called scalar interferometry because it cancels the harmful effects of the magnetic field. If you were to use the magnetic field in scalar physics, you have to do what's called magnetic monopole physics. Magnetic monopole is allowing the magnetic monopole to go one direction and there's no electron involved. So scalar interferometry can explain how something can send information and energy. Plants do it. You're doing it when you think of something.
I think you like when you're talking to the people, a lot of times like the verbiage, a lot of people are not gonna understand it. They don't understand what a scalar is. They don't.
Yeah, I need to put. Yeah, you're right, my brother. I need to pull something up, Mr. Lightman, so they can check it out.
When it comes to electromagnetism, electro and magnetism is inherently the same thing. When you get an electric field moving, it creates a magnetic field. You get a magnetic field moving, it creates an electric field. And the body itself is an electromagnetic.
No. Let me back up real quick, light man. When the magnetic field creates an electric field, that's called induction.
That's not light man.
Yeah,
I'm light man.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm talking
that's all I
about
see on my screen is light man.
Electromagnetism. Talking about natural electromagnetism, not something that's man-made with coils and things of that nature. I'm talking about the actual phenomenon that we know as electromagnetism, Without that, you would not have any functions in your body. The matter of your body wouldn't be held together. None of that stuff would exist. Like your brain, your consciousness wouldn't.
It's scalar.
Without electric charge,
No,
and to say that this is not what it is, then you would have to come forth with some type of proof or some type of experiment.
We had Mr. Larrell. Mr. Larrell,
hold on. Let me land the plane. You would have to come with some type of proof or some type of experimentation. That could prove these things, because electromagnetism is one of the most prolific disciplines in science that has been studied more than any other thing in science.
No, brother, no.
So hold on, I'm gonna land my plane.
Let him land his plane.
When it comes to negative and positive charge, you cannot have energy without negative and positive charge. That is essential, because negative and positive charge creates motion. Motion is the inherent state of everything. Everything is in a state of motion. That motion comes from attraction and repulsion. That is motion. When motion is created, time is created, because time is a reference frame of events, and the events that are happening are things moving. So when we measure time, we're measuring the movements of celestial bodies. Those celestial bodies are moving inherently because of charge. Now, I'm not a gravity-centered person. I'm not a Newtonian physics, a Newtonian-centered person. So I don't necessarily agree with how they describe gravity. You know what I'm saying? So I think gravity is a byproduct of electromagnetic forces. So again, when you talk about scalar, you have to explain to them what that is and how that relates to the subject.
Okay. So right now, I tell you right now, there's no such thing as only an electromagnetic field. That's all you were taught. That's all mainstream give you. Hey, Sister Betty, can you show my screen real quick?
Yeah.
Let me show you screen, because that's why I'm trying to get our people into physics and mathematics, so we can start talking about the only thing they hear about. They could be able to expand. Show my screen real quick.
You got to hit the share screen button.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I hit it.
I ain't magical. Okay.
Y'all see my screen?
Yes.
This is all y'all know. And because y'all never studied, see, y'all only heard them. Y'all don't even know that when you say EM field, you're speaking about Maxwell equations. And the reason why y'all are giving Maxwell equations in electromagnetic, because this guy right here named Heaviside took out what's called the magnetic monopole. This is all y'all know. Y'all probably don't know what y'all looking at right here. But this E field and the B field is all the brother was only talking about. This is all y'all know in society. The E field is electric field, the B field is a magnetic field, and then we have the partial differential equations. That E is epsilon, that's an electrostatic, and the rho is the charge difference. This is all y'all know inside y'all in electromagnetic theory. The problem is this thing is missing the scalar potential. They took this out. So y'all never heard of scalar potential. The brother said he would like to see evidence for this. You behind time. We have plenty of people doing scalar interferometry. So when y'all talk about Tesla, Tesla's not doing Maxwell equations. He was not doing Hertzian physics or any type of electrical engineering. They were doing what's called scalar interferometry. See, this is all y'all know. It's called electromagnetic from Maxwell equations. So we have what's called scalar interferometry. What that does is it cancels the B field, or it can cancel the A field. Let me stop screen so we can get back to the regular screen. That is what all y'all know. And until y'all understand where the electromagnetic comes from, you cannot attach that to every field, because that's the only field y'all were taught. We always call it the scalar longitudinal field. When you say EM
spell that. The scalar.
SCALER, scalar longitudinal interferometry. They don't teach this in mainstream. All y'all know is electromagnetic. That's why everybody's saying the same thing. But y'all are not. Y'all have not researched other fields. Where did the EM field? What other fields exist except for EM field? Okay, you're not operating up under an electromagnetic field. That's the same thing y'all are saying with that Maxwell equation. Y'all are unaware that they did not. The guy that I put side by side named Oliver Heaviside. Oliver Heaviside is the one who gave scalar quantity, scalar interferometry. There's a doctor. We have plenty of physics.
As you see, when it gives you an example of scalar examples, and you got to remember that we're talking about measurements. Scalar is often accompanied by the units of measurement. They're talking about measurements or something. They're saying
no, I'm not talking about measurements.
Scalar qualities are mass, right? Because that's something you can measure. Distance, you can measure distance. Charge, volume, time, and speed. These are all things that you can measure.
No, brother. We're trying
to magnitude. Hold on. It says the magnitude of physical vectors in general.
Wait a minute. I don't know what are you reading what she reading?
I'm reading what scalars are because you're talking to the people.
No, that's not that. No. What she looking at is not scalar longitudinal interferometry. A scalar is also used in matrix calculus and vector calculus. So a scalar can also be used.
I'm not saying that it's not used in mathematics.
No, that's what she's reading.
What I'm reading is the definition of scalar in physics.
Bro, what I'm trying to get you to understand is that you have what's called the scalar field, bro. The scalar field can carry information and energy. Electromagnetic fields cannot carry,
because it's mass, distance, charge, volume, time, and speed. All of these things are inherent of charge. Without charge, you would not have mass. Without charge, you wouldn't have time. You wouldn't have.
It's not about charge, brother. This is about you only know one field. This is what this is all about.
No, I know other fields.
What other field do you know of?
Like you got the field dealing with the strong force. You got a field dealing with.
Wait a minute, strong force. What do you mean, strong force?
Dealing with the strong force with inside of neutrons and protons.
Yeah, but that's not what we're talking about. That's dealing with nuclear.
Well, you said I didn't know about any other fields, and we know about other fields. It's just the one that we're talking about, the electromagnetic.
That's not a field.
The one that governs all aspects of nature.
Those fields that you just said, the strong force or the weak force, that's in the field of electromagnetic or the scalar potential. What I'm trying to tell you,
what you're talking about is a grand unified theory, which
bro, I'm not. Oh my god, brother.
You're saying that they come from
Okay, hold up. Let Meta tell you what he's talking about.
Brother, I'm trying to tell you that everything you know is basic. Everything you got your information from is from mainstream information. That's all you know. You didn't even know about the electromagnetic equations that you're utilizing to explain EM field. It does not have the scalar potential. I can give you the scalar potential.
Yeah, I know. We right here, brother.
The Dr. Mayel, you go to Dr. Mayel, Dr. Konstantin Mayel, Russian physicist. He's actually one of the leading physicists in scalar interferometry. So when y'all say Tesla technology, Tesla is not using the electromagnetic field. He is using scalar longitudinal interferometry and electrostatic or magnetic monopoles. That is not the same as an electromagnetic field. What it does is it cancels the amplification of the EM field. So how can I turn the EM? Wait.
Hold up. Let him land.
Wait, brother. Everything you saying is very basic. It's just basic stuff. When you want to use the EM field and you want to cancel that EM field, remember, if you have that cord right by you, that extension cord, if you have anything using electromagnetic energy and you have cellular microbiology, it is going to terminate and kill your cells. Why is it doing this? Because the EM field is not supposed to be around anything of a biological substance. The only way you can have the EM field around a biological substance is you have to make a 180 out of phase coil, meaning that you have to cancel the amps. If you do not cancel the amps, you're going to have hazardous, cancerous electromagnetic fields bombarding any biological creature. So if you would like to use the EM field, you have to have 2 cores minimum. These cores have to be 180 out of phase with one another. The reason why you have to have 180 out of phase with the same frequency as an EM field is because you need to get rid of the hazardous and the dangerous effects of the EM field. We call it the decibel and the amps. And the only way to do that is to make it out of phase. Once you do that, now it's safe to be around the EM field because you cancel the amps. What you want to strive for is scalar. That's really what that's doing. The scalar interferometry is not limited to energy. So when you keep saying EM fields, all the electromagnetic field can do is carry energy. Once you step your game up to advanced physics to scalar interferometry, it can not only carry energy, it can carry information. That's what nature is doing. It can carry energy and information. Electromagnetic fields cannot carry information. It can only carry energy. See, we all know this in non-conventional physics and science about these. This is not potential. This is actually happening. I can show you how to do a scalar longitudinal interferometry. This ain't woo-woo. I can tell you what equipment that you need, how it works, what you need to do. And that's why I'm trying to get our people to get away from these stories, because we don't have nobody engineering none of this stuff. We need to have those.
Brother, so scalar field, it says in mathematics and physics, a scalar field is a function associating a single number to each point in space, probably physical space. The scalar may be either be a pure mathematical number, meaning dimensionless, or a scalar physical quantity within units. So again, we're still talking about the measurement. We're still talking about measurements.
We're not talking.
I'm reading the definitions of the words that you're using, and this is what I mean by when you talk to people, you got to talk to people on a level where they can understand. So you're throwing out a lot of different words where people don't understand it. So brother, a lot of the people that you talk to barely got a 6th grade, 7th grade education when it comes.
Yeah, I get that, but it seems like you trying to say the same thing, that there's only an EM field, and I'm trying to get you to understand.
I never said only. That's what you keep saying, that we only know this. That's what you keep saying. I never said anything about only. I'm pointing out the fact that we are electromagnetic beings. You do emanate photons. We all emanate photons.
That has nothing to do. Photons has nothing to do with this conversation, bro.
No, well, I'm saying photons are electromagnetic radiation.
No, they're not. Photons can come from scalar potential. Photons,
brother. Photons are electromagnetic radiation.
So okay. So watch this. So watch this. If we would like to carry information. Are you saying that we can carry information on an electromagnetic field? That's what you're saying?
I'm saying that the photon is the carrier of the electromagnetic the electromagnetic field. It is the carrier, which means that it carries.
Okay, so watch this.
It carries information with it.
Okay, so watch this. What about acoustics? Do acoustics use photons?
Again, acoustic is also dependent on the electromagnetic electromagnetism.
Sorry, bro. Acoustics don't use EM fields.
Brother, you gonna let me explain?
They don't use EM fields.
Brother,
wait. Let him explain. Let him land, Meta, and then you can respond.
Okay, so again, even acoustics dealing with vibration and sounds are still inherently dependent upon the electromagnetic force. Because you can't have you can't have mass and you can't have matter without electromagnetism. So in order to have vibrations, something has to vibrate. Something has to vibrate. There has to be some type of matter or
all right, stop right there.
Brother, you cutting me off. Now,
you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to build on what you're saying. Yeah, that part you just said, but I'm trying to build on what you just said.
Cutting me off. So there has to, in order for there to be an acoustic sound, in order for there to be audio sound, for there to be a vibration of something has to vibrate, and that something is created inherently by electromagnetism.
No. I asked you was acoustic. So you said everything have photons. I'm asking.
I didn't say everything. I did not say everything was photons.
Yeah, that's what you said.
No, I said photons is electromagnetic radiation is what I said. And I said that when you talk about vibration, sound, acoustics, something has to vibrate, and that something is created by electromagnetic process.
So is electromagnetic the same as electrostatic field?
They're all inherently part of the same.
No, brother. The electrostatic field has nothing to do with.
Brother, you cutting me off.
I'm telling you incorrect. Electrostatic field is not electromagnetic field. They're different.
You're literally gaslighting and not allowing me to answer, then jump into another question. So the electrostatic field is also part of the electromagnetism. It is part of the same force.
How are they the same, brother?
It's a unified force. You cannot separate the different components.
Yes,
in
they can.
electromagnetism and then try to play them against each other.
Brother,
That's a logical fallacy.
Brother. Electrostatic is an entire different physics from electromagnetic because you cancel the magnetic field.
Okay, so
that's what I'm saying. You're unaware of this.
Show the people this.
Brother, electrostatic is nothing new. That's what I'm trying.
I never said it was new. I'm saying that it is part of the electromagnetic field. It's part of it. See right here, it says it is electrostatic is a branch of physics that studies slow moving or stationary electric charges. When I go to click on electric charge, it says electric charge is the physical property of matter which causes it to experience a force when it's placed within an electromagnetic field. Electric charge can be positive or negative. Like charges repel each other, unlike charges attract each other, which is what I just told you. Now, when I go up here and I type in electromagnetic force, it says in physics, electromagnetism is an interaction that occurs between particles with electric charge via electromagnetic fields. The electromagnetic force is one of the fundamental forces of nature. Now let me go back. Electrostatic is the physics that studies slow moving or stationary electric charge. Click on electric charge. It is.
Let me go back. So
it's the physical property of matter that causes experience of force. What force is that? That's the electromagnetic.
Brother, we're not.
I'm just saying when you talk to these people, you got to make it clear.
Bro, I'm making it clear to you, not them. You confuse yourself. It ain't them. The electromagnetic field is not the same thing as electrostatic, bro. It's
I didn't say that. I said that it's electrostatic is part of the electromagnetic force.
No, it's not because
it's a unified force,
brother. What I'm trying to get you to understand that
you cannot separate the parts and then try to play the parts against themselves.
Yes,
that's
you
like
can.
me chopping off your foot and then trying to play your foot against the rest of your body,
bro. I know that you're not in no mathematics, you're not in physics, you're not even electrical engineering.
So that's ad-hom, brother.
That's exactly why you are stuck where you at.
You don't know me, so you just throwing that out to discredit my character.
No, I'm trying to let you know that from an electrical engineer point of view.
I'm dealing with the part that you telling me what I don't know.
Because you are limited, you keep limiting yourself to say that everything is EM, and I'm trying to tell you that electrostatic is canceling the magnetic field.
I'm saying everything is a byproduct of EM.
But I'm trying to tell you that.
Can I chime in for clarity real quick?
You can cancel the EM field to do electrostatic is what I'm trying to tell you, bro. So now the magnetic field has canceled. You can even do magnetic monopole, which means it can cancel the electrostatic field.
Brother, monopoles are not even found in nature naturally. Like, what are you talking about? And again, I'm gonna share this tab again. Let's look at it, because like I said, you be talking to these people and they don't know what you're talking about.
But you don't know what I'm talking about neither.
Hold on, metamaterial. Let me just say this. I think that you're trying to get into quantum physics in the auric field and other fields that go beyond physics, which we call metaphysics. So I think this is the divide. I think this is the discourse that we're having some type of divisional discourse where people misunderstand each other, because one is talking about physics and mathematics, the other one's talking about metaphysics and quantum physics and different fields like auric field.
No. What I want to do, what I want to happen here is, I think Meta, explain what you're talking about.
I'm trying to
explain, and nobody
I'm trying to let them go beyond. I'm just you can. So this is not quantum physics. So when y'all kept hearing the works of Tesla is not doing anything in EM field only. I'm trying to let you know that he's doing electrostatic and scalar longitudinal ferrometry. That's why y'all saw pictures of that dude Tesla around all that high voltage. That is not the electromagnetic field. He canceled the magnetic field and had electrostatic. So you can have what's called the canceled magnetic field. That's why it's called electrostatic. You have electromagnetics, which means that the electron is 90 degrees perpendicular from the magnetic field. That's called electromagnetic. You also have what's called magnetic monopole, where there is no electrostatic charge. These are 2-3 different things that you can do. The EM field that y'all are accustomed to is killing y'all. That's why when you're around a power line, while you're around a cord plugged inside the wall socket, that EM field is radiating electrosmog because you did not cancel the amplification from it. And the only way to cancel it is to have 2 coils permitting that frequency EM field. 180 one of them coils has to be 180 out of phase with the other one, and it can cancel the decibel and the amps. Well, you won't even have that problem if you use electrostatic or magnetic monopoles. So therefore, the electron is not 90-degree perpendicular to the magnetic field. What I understand is not it's not anything to do with quantum physics. I'm trying to tell you that this is well known, not just proven and done. This is old. This ain't nothing new. So the electromagnetic field is what's killing the biological creatures if and when you only use that field around anything with a cellular microbiology. Your brain is not using an EM field. It is using electrostatic, which you're not aware of. I bet you nobody can tell me anything using electrostatic. It's not using magnetic monopole, which cancels the E field from the B field. Is using scalar longitudinal interferometry, which is faster than light. You want to know why? Only thing y'all know is light speed, because speed of light does not have a speed to it. It could be any speed. But the reason why I heard about this thing called light speed, even though there's no speed to it, is because anytime you use an electromagnetic device, the reason why it cannot go way, way faster than whatever speed of light that is up there is because the electron is 90-degree perpendicular from the magnetic field. And once that happens, it has limitations on how fast it goes. But once you dive into sonoluminescence, once you dive inside electrostatic physics, once you dive inside scalar longitudinal interferometry, there is no attachment to a light speed. So that's why if you suspend the magnetic field, you'll see different type of propulsion. If you suspend the electrostatic field, it has called pure magnetic monopole, you have a whole different propulsion system. So this is why I brought the Maxwell equation, because I know the community don't have any clue about how to solve those equations or what they really mean. The Maxwell equation is the reason why you're talking about electromagnetics, because he only included the EMB field. He did not include the scalar potential or the magnetic monopole potential, should I say. So the dude named Oliver Heaviside went ahead and put what's called only the magnetic field, and he took out what's called the imaginary field. The imaginary field is the scalar potential. So you don't have this imaginary field for those that even have studied behind electrical engineering, those that studied the electromagnetic field, whether they had a PhD or master's. The books and the degrees that they're learning is basically Maxwell mainstream electromagnetic theory. But because Oliver Heaviside was the ones that remodified those equations, y'all don't even have the imaginary field. The imaginary field is the scalar longitudinal interferometry potential. This is what they do not teach as to how does nature actually communicate, because the EM field will terminate anything that has a cellular microbiology to it, because it's not entropy based. Life in nature is negentropy. Negentropy is using negative charge, negative ions. It don't get hot. It stay cold. So when you have a device that's called an over unit device and it can promote free energy, you will notice that it does not get hot. It can stay cold. The reason why it's staying cold, because now you're diving into what's called negentropy physics. And now it doesn't overheat. It stays at room temperature or below. Well, you can do that when you step inside electrostatic and what's called scalar interferometry. Tesla was not using harmful EM fields. He would be dead around all that type of that high frequency or that field. He used electrostatic fields or suspended the electrostatic field to do what's called magnetic monopole. So that will allow you to be around such voltage without actually harming you. They don't teach this stuff hardly anywhere in mainstream. All people know is electromagnetic, EM fields, EM fields, EM fields. But that's the power lines above your head that's killing you. If the power lines were not using the EM field from the transformer, you would not be dying. You are in the electromagnetic field of a program, and you're unaware of that.
So
came
can you share my screen
from
real
Maxwell.
quick?
Are you finished, Meta? Are you landing your plane?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, Laurel, what would you like to do? Are you going to respond to everything you just said?
Respond and rebuttal at the same time. Could you share my screen real quick? And this is what I mean by like people be throwing around words and stuff, confusing y'all because y'all don't understand.
It's not. Wait. Don't speak for everybody because we're very aware here.
I'm talking about like to the audience.
Well, I'm talking to the audience too. We have a very intelligent audience over here.
Okay.
And we do understand. I'm actually taking notes for our slides. But
okay, so
go ahead.
Right here, this is magnetic monopole. And I want y'all to pay attention to the very first line. It says in particle physics. So we're talking about particle physics when we're talking about magnetic monopoles.
No, you're not.
Oh, hold up, Meta. Because we have to keep our mics muted until he finished, and then you could correct whatever error you think is being said. Okay.
It says right here in particle physics, a magnetic monopole is a hypothetical elementary particle. Now you see it just called it a hypothetical one, right? That's because magnetic monopoles are not found in nature naturally. That's something that a human would have to create because nature does not create monopoles. It says that is an isolated magnet with only one magnetic pole. There is no such thing as a magnet with only one pole. A north pole without a south pole or vice versa. That these things don't exist. These things don't exist. That's why it's a hypothetical elementary particle. A magnetic monopole would have a net north or a south magnetic charge. Notice again, it says charge. It says modern interest in the concept stems from particle theories, notably the grand unified theory. Remember, I just spoke on that. It's called GUTS. It says and string theory, which is another far-fetched theory, but they're working on it, which predicts their existence. It says the known elementary particle that have electric charge. You see that? Electric charge or electric monopoles. It says the magnetism in bar magnets and electromagnets is not caused by magnetic monopoles. Indeed, there is no known, I want y'all to listen, there is no known experimental or observational evidence that magnetic monopoles exist. Okay, so now that we looked that up, let's look at this. This right here said, this is an AI overview. I didn't feel like pulling up all of the sources for y'all because that's lengthy and I have to do a lot of reading. It says, yes, Tesla, they're talking about, Nick, I'm sorry, it's talking about Tesla. I'm talking about Nikolai. So it says right here, we could go right here. It says he's dealing with AC, DC current. There's no way for you to deal with AC, DC current without dealing with electromagnetic fields, because AC current is an electromagnetic field that's bouncing back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. That's exactly what that is. So for him to sit here and say that this man never worked with EMF is kind of crazy when his whole demonstration was based around electromagnetism. Like even right here, it says Tesla pioneered radio technology experimenting with X-rays. X-rays are, again, light. That's light. That's electromagnetic radiation. X-rays give off photons. Those photons are called X-rays. You understand what I'm saying? So how can Tesla experiment with X-rays and not be dealing with the electromagnetic field? The electromagnetic field, I'll give y'all this for yourself so you could you know it. Watch this. Here we go. Let me see. It's electromagnetic field. Here we go. So again, here you go. This is the electromagnetic field. And we back to square one where we started at, dealing with the electromagnetic force. There's no way for you to deal with charge. There's no way for you to deal with negative and positive charges. There's no way for you to deal with any of these things without dealing with the electromagnetic force, because the electromagnetic force is a unified force. You cannot separate all of the different components that deals with electromagnetism You cannot break them apart and then try to play them against each other. That is a logical fallacy. And if any one of you guys uses AI or anything that such, you can go type in, can you separate the electrostatic force from the electromagnetic force? And it's going to tell you no. You know what I'm saying? Because it's a unified force. So again, like I said, I'm rebutting the fact that he's saying that Tesla was not working with electromagnetic fields. I'm also rebutting the fact that he claims the existence of magnetic monopoles when we just saw that these are not. There are no known experimental observational evidence that magnetic monopoles exist. Now I could go through the sources for y'all, and I could go through all of these different sources for y'all. Each one by one, and none of them are going to say the exact same thing that this brother is saying. You know what I'm saying? So y'all need to familiarize yourselves with these concepts, these terms, and these definitions, so you can readily understand. That's why when I speak to the people, I speak to them in like 5th grade, 6th grade language, so they can readily understand.
Okay, can I go now, Sister Betty?
Yes, in 1 second, because Lightman been sitting here, and then you could take your.
Because I want to break something else down. He just said that he speak to people in 5th and 6th grade, but he don't understand that he's in 5th and 6th grade himself in the physics of electrical engineering to try to make himself sound like he's on par. He does not have any background into breaking down any of the math equations. He does not have any background on what's new frontier, because what I'm about to show y'all is going to show everything he just said is disqualified. And I'm trying to get his brother to step his game up to know what's actually happening. So when after Lightman go, I'm gonna show you everything he just said was disproven, it's disqualified, and it's mainstream. So there's nobody out there because they 5th and 6th grade, like he is well above the 5th, 6th. No, you have a 5th grade comprehension skill set in the EM and electrical engineering field because you don't even have the mathematical background to even break down what you're trying to describe, and you don't have electrical engineering background or in physics background. What you're doing is reading basic sources. So what I'm gonna pull up is gonna show everything that he just said was highly incorrect. Go ahead, Mr.
Okay,
Lightman.
go ahead, Lightman.
Oh no, I do want this bill to keep flowing the way it is. I hope both brothers are preparing their responses efficiently via paper or their phone or whatever. And I'm actually enjoying the bill. I don't want to interrupt too much. What was I going to say though? I don't think we need to disregard anybody's sources and say that the mainstream media is, we shouldn't believe them for certain things without providing an alternative source. So
all right, do you need to share?
Yeah.
All right, Meta, you need to share screen to show.
Yeah, let me share my screen real quick.
Okay,
Watch
you
this.
got to hit the share button.
All right, watch this. See, this is what happens when you don't stay in front of leading cutting edge stuff. You have to stay studying and stay in the cutting edge area. So pull my screen up. Y'all see this? Can y'all see this?
Yes.
This thing say UK and China have found emerging magnetic monopoles with hematite and iron oxide, bro. You behind time. Let's scroll on down. This says magnetic monopole discovered. Let's head on down. There's nothing new. Now let's go over here. To the brother that said there's no magnetic monopoles, I don't even think he even know what a dipole is. So let me go over here. Remember he said the electrostatic, you cannot break it apart. I just simply typed in electrostatic is not electromagnetics. Look what they say. Hello, I'm correct. Electrostatic is a specific branch of EM field that deals with only the stationary electric charge. It's suspending the magnetic field. Look what it's saying. Regularly including situations where charges are moving and creating magnetic field as well. See, this says, look, this is what he's stuck on right here. Electromagnetics encompasses both. I keep telling this brother that you can suspend the magnetic field or the electrostatic field and have what's called a monopole relation. He's not in the field of physics or electrical engineering or equation simplification. He's not in these fields. He's going by basic stuff that everybody can read. So I don't want people to think that he taught his audience from a 5th or 6th grade. No, he on the same platform as understanding this type of stuff. So don't feel too far behind him. This say that electromagnetic field encompasses both the electric and the magnetic field, including situations where charges are moving, creating a magnetic field. Read down here. This thing say electrostatics It focuses on the force between the electric charge. Look, while no charge of magnetic fields involved. Let me go over this again. Electrostatics, it focuses on the forces of a stationary charge, like I told him. This says with no changing magnetic fields involved. So what I'm trying to say is you can mitigate the electrostatic field from the magnetic field. We didn't say the magnetic field disappeared. I'm telling you that there's a way for you to cancel the amplification of the magnetic field. So this is just saying that I'm correct about there's a difference from electrostatics and magnetic field. I didn't make none of this stuff up because we're in the field. We do this. I can start screen sharing now. There he go. There we go. It's not impossible to make magnetic monopoles. I'm trying to explain to the brother the reason why mainstream is only feeding y'all this, because once you start stepping inside magnetic monopole physics, you can now step into teleportation. You can now build what's called portal or any type of dislocation from a material to another space. But you have to understand magnetic monopoles or electrostatic physics, not the electromagnetic field only. So this is why I'm trying to say that they took the imaginary equation out of the Maxwell equations. Maxwell equation is electromagnetic fields only. Oliver Heaviside came after that, and the government allowed him to take out what's called the displacement and the imaginary component. That imaginary component was called the scalar component. That scalar component is what I just showed y'all just now. Either it's magnetic monopole base or electrostatic base. That's what I'm trying to explain to this brother. All you've been taught and know about is the Maxwell EM field followed by Oliver Heaviside, but they don't even know the background as to what the EM field and who came out with it as to why you're utilizing this. But some of us are very well aware of this situation that EM fields kills everything that has a biological function. Cells of a bird. This don't have nothing to do with domesticated or non-domesticated. This has to do with your cellular microbiology cannot be around an EM field because it radiates electric smog. The only way you could be around an EM field is if you cancel the EM field, which means you need at least 2 coils at the same amp with the same the tone, and you have to have one of them coils 180 out of phase with the other. Therefore, you can cancel the decibel and the amps, and then it's safe for you to be around. And then you can travel that information or energy anywhere. And I'm not even talking about using a cord. I'm talking about wireless technology, wireless energy or information transfer. You have to cancel the EM field because it's so bulky. This is not bulky. This is allowing you to be very direct, transparent with where you need charge and information to go. So that's why I'm trying to explain this, brother. Tesla is not big because he used an EM field. He big because he suspended the EM field. And that's why I saw the pictures that he's around all this high voltage and it didn't do nothing to him because he was not around the electromagnetic, which is the electron, which is 90 degrees perpendicular from the magnetic field. He was not around that. He canceled that field out. That allowed him to be around them fields. Church.
Okay. So, do you want to respond back, Laurel? Your mic is muted if you're talking. Or go ahead.
Isn't it Laurel, not Laurel? Isn't it Laurel Burns?
Laurel. Okay, sorry for mispronouncing. If you're talking, Laurel, your mic is muted. You gotta unmute it, unless he's probably busy.
Because what he gonna have to say is that he gotta take back what he just said, that there's no such thing as magnetic monopoles. That has been in mainstream forever. Because they did not want anybody to know that there's a such thing as a magnetic monopole. Well, I just showed you that physics all around the world been doing it. So what he reading is old backdated data, and that's mainstream data. What we do is non-conventional, non-mainstream science, physics, and innovation. This is not going to be taught inside your school when you take your curriculum in electrical engineering. Because the electrical engineering, you have to learn what's called the algebra and the calculus. Once you learn this algebra 2 and 3 and calculus 1, 2, and 3, they're going to introduce you what's called the Maxwell equations. The Maxwell equations only deal with the E and B field. That's called electric and the magnetic. The Maxwell equations does not take in consideration the scalar field. And because it does not have what's called the scalar field, there's a problem. And the scalar field explains everything that this brother says is not possible. So that's why if you have an EM field, the EM field is very, very, very dangerous for any molecule to be around because it radiates little small vortices and vortexes, and it radiates a charge to take charge from anything nearby it. So to alleviate the EM field, you have to make it out of phase. And to do that, you have to at least have 2 coils. And the one of them coils, they have to be 180 out of phase with the other coil with the same frequency. If you don't do that, you're going to have a problem with the EM field terminating any cellular microbiology.
So let me ask you this. The imaginary field, is that the area where you would use if you wanted to cancel out something? Is it always the imaginary field?
Hold on 1 second. Okay, repeat yourself.
Hey, Chief. I said, you know how you have the imaginary field. Is that the field you would use to cancel out amp or no?
Yes, ma'am. Because
Okay.
the imaginary field is what they took out of these equations, and we are very, very, very well aware of this. Is what I'm trying to say. That I'm trying to let the brother know that the EM field is what he's trying to say is everywhere. What I'm trying to get him to understand that you can suspend the magnetic field from the electric field, and he is saying there's no way to do that. But no, there is plenty of ways to do this. This was taken out of the textbooks to understand and know how to do this, because once you know how to do this, you can then step inside teleportation. You can then send objects from here to there in no time. You can now use what's called wireless communication and wireless energy transfer. You cannot do that with just an electromagnetic field. It doesn't work that way. So that's why every government has only introduced the EM field for study everywhere around the world, because y'all are on demon time. When you get off electromagnetic fields, you off of that form of demon time, because now you can walk around the extension cord in your house. You can now walk around anything that's emitting this type of harmful radiation to a biological molecule. But because they never put this stuff in y'all textbooks, all y'all know is EM field, EM field, EM field. And that's what they want you to only know. So when the brothers research the magnetopoles don't exist, they've been put out 15, 20 years ago. They didn't want y'all to know that, because if the magnetic monopole exists, it will discredit Maxwell equation. But guess who Maxwell related to? Bill Gates. That's Bill Gates' great uncle. So we know Bill Gates be on. So guess who Maxwell this is his mother's uncle. So Maxwell is related to Bill Gates. So now you see why they introduced you that, and they introduced you that. And after Maxwell died, Oliver Heaviside was the one that took out other equations of how the field actually works. And then the government said, we're gonna go about Oliver Heaviside, what he's saying. So that's why when I showed y'all the Wikipedia, Oliver Heaviside was right next to Maxwell, is because when Maxwell died, Oliver Heaviside never even went to college. He never even went to an institution to learn about the EM field. He was self-taught. And what he did is he took out the imaginary component, and he took out other things that allowed you to see the scalar potential. And so when he did that, he took out what's called the imaginary part of the field. And so this is what everybody know. This is not regular people. This is people that went to school for electrical engineering. So when they take the test and they have to break down the Maxwell equations or the electric field equations, this is all they know. But once they step inside unconventional physics, or they start studying behind Tesla, they start to realize that, wait a minute, there's other fields that I can tap into other than the EM field. It's called electrostatic. That's why when I typed that in, it was very specific. It said, yes, I'm correct. It is very different from the EM field, because the magnetic field is what's killing you, because the cells in your body cannot be around 1/1,000,000th of a milligauss of a magnetic field. I repeat, the cells in your body cannot be around 1/1,000,000th of 1 milligauss of a magnetic field. That means that you are not supposed to be around any magnetic fields hardly at all, unless it's very, very, very micro. But when you're around an electromagnetic field, that magnetic component attached to an electron is very, very detrimentally high. So you must suspend the magnetic field. And to do that, you must make the EM field 180 out of phase. You need at least 2 coils to do that. Same frequency, same amp, and same tone. If you get rid of the amp,
okay. All right.
Can you share my screen real quick?
Okay. Go ahead. Y'all got it.
All right. Before he goes, did somebody else want to go? Because there's a few people up here.
Oh. Well, I mean, at some point in time, after we're done with all this, I did want to hear both of the brothers' input on CERN and how the Large Hadron Collider and the Higgs boson particles and the God particle and opening space-time continuum portals alleged claims how it affects us and how the human resonance could be possibly Akashic records. But this is after their build, though. You know what I'm saying? We can do this way after, if that's okay with you, Sister Betty.
Well,
And I'm going to make a request for you, Sister Betty. Can you put a poll inside the chat and ask them, are they getting a refresher on physics or on the science field? Because honestly, I'm going to be totally honest. I did study and work with this. I converted steam and water and gas and stuff into energy for 2 years. But I'm getting a refresher right now. I actually learned physics and stuff from a private teacher. But I'm getting a refresher. So
well, I'm not going to put the poll in the chat only because whether they can keep that to themselves as a secret and hide their personal educational backgrounds, because we're actually giving a physics for dummies class in which I'm going to. So no, I'm not going to put a poll in the chat because I don't want people to disclose their educational background.
They're not. Their vote is disclosed. When you vote on the poll, nobody knows that you voted.
No, I know, but I'm just not going to do it because I want to keep the percentages of the educational level of the audience private so that when they come to the basic physics class for dummies like me, it's cool. You know what I mean? I don't want to do that. What I will do is after we begin taking the physics classes together, I'll put a poll out and ask, is everybody enjoying the physics class, or do they feel like they're learning from the private tutor that we hired? How's that?
Sound dope.
All right.
Sister Betty, real quick. Sister Betty, real quick. I don't know who just came in the chat or who just started watching this because I cut my screen off fast. I just want to let them know that Mr. Laurel, Mr. Burns, I would like to let him see this again.
Okay. He's getting ready to do a share to respond back to your response. Okay. Is that all right?
Yeah, I'm gonna make it really quick because I gotta go.
Okay. So let's go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So right here again, y'all saw what he had typed into Meta or AI. You're gonna see what I wrote. I says, do monopoles exist in physics 2024? So I'm talking about right here, right now. And this is what it says. As of 2024, there is no experimental evidence that magnetic monopoles exist in physics. They remain a hypothetical particle with no confirmed observation, despite being predicted by some theories like the grand unified theories and superstring theories. Key points about monopoles. Definition. A monopole is a theoretic particle with only one magnetic pole, either north or south, unlike dipoles we see in regular magnets with both poles. No evidence found. Extensive searches at particle accelerators like the hydrogen, the CERN, or have not detected any magnetic monopoles, right? He just showed y'all a link where it said they did, right? And then right here it says theoretical interest. Theoretical interest, despite the lack of evidence, physicists are still interested in the concept of monopoles due to their potential implications for understanding fundamental physics and the symmetry between electricity and magnetism. And emergent monopoles. While true magnetic monopoles have not been found, some materials exhibit behaviors that can be mathematically described as analogous to magnetic monopoles, called emergent monopoles, right? So that's what he was talking about when he was talking about the hemotype, when they're exhibiting behaviors, not that they are, but they're exhibiting behaviors of such, you know what I'm saying, that can be mathematically described as analogous to magnetic monopoles. Now, if anybody knows anything about mathematics and science, mathematics has completely dominated science and took away the experimental scientists and the experimental phase of science and deal specifically with mathematics. So you can have a mathematical equation that is right within its own discipline, but it doesn't actually reflect what we see or what we sensationalize in reality. You know what I'm saying? Those are two totally different things. A mathematical equation, which can be hypothetical, which it could describe what we see in reality, but sometimes it don't, right? And then, you know, you have what we know in reality, which is there is no experimental evidence that magnetic monopoles exist. So why is he pushing magnetic monopoles at y'all when scientists are telling you that they happen? Look, this is Atlas at CERN. Let's click on it. This is at CERN. Hunting, look, and look, this is 2024, right? It says, what if, now notice it's saying, what if a particle have only a single north pole or south pole, making it magnetically charged? For over a century, physicists have been searching for magnetic monopole. These hypothetical particles were first postulated by physicist Paul Dirac in 1931. They would demonstrate a complete symmetry between electricity and magnetism, moving in a magnetic field the way an electron moves in an electric field. Their existence might also confirm.
Can you explain how electron move through an electric field?
Whoa. We don't interrupt. He's almost finished, because when you interrupt, it throws the audience off.
So again, it says researchers at the Large Hadron Collider searching for monopoles producing high energy collisions. Monopoles would be, notice it says would be, not that there is, monopoles would be highly ionizing, meaning they would strip electrons from atoms and would leave behind significant energy deposits as detectors. Atlas physicists previously searched for distinctive monopole signatures using proton-proton collisions with no signal found. No signal found. But he's pushing this on y'all. This is a big conspiracy, right? And this is coming directly from people who work directly with CERN. And I could keep going on and on with these different sources that says otherwise. You see what I'm saying? So y'all could believe what y'all want, but I'm gonna leave y'all with this. We are electromagnetic beings. We do radiate photons. Anything that radiates photons are indeed part of the electromagnetic spectrum. When they talk about electrons being released from, let me go back to it.
I stopped the share screen, but I want to ask you a question.
Yeah,
I had stopped. I didn't know if you. I wanted to know: is it possible that America has held information back from you, and they don't want you to learn?
Boom.
Now, I'm just asking that question because
If you ask me, is it possible? Of course it is.
Is that possible? And
yeah, of course it is.
Okay, because we have one instance in which it said that it is so, and then you're finding instances that saying it's not so.
Well, did it say that, or was it read to you in a way that was convincing you that it wasn't? Because when I read it, that's
the thing. That's the whole.
That
Laura,
some objects can have this behavior. They can display this behavior, but that doesn't
I think you might be.
A monopole.
I think you might be misunderstanding what I'm saying. What I'm asking you is there any way that you can find it in your mind or heart to understand that this country is not going to tell you everything, but what they're excellent at is convincing you some things aren't so when in fact they are.
Boom.
And when someone's trying to tell you that they're so great at convincing you and putting limitations on your horizons that you just will stand on a simple belief that it's not so, when in fact it is so and more. But y'all got it. I'm just asking.
Sister
Because
Beth,
I don't believe it.
Again, that's the,
I just don't believe. I just don't believe everything. That's it. It's stopped. It's over, and there's no more beyond it. That's the mindset that I don't have.
It's not a static thing where science is just saying like this is the ultimate. They're not saying that.
That ain't science. Brother man. Do you understand what you actually reading? Like, are you a scientist?
Man, who you talking
to?
Wait.
Let the brother go because he's about to leave. Laurel's about to leave, so let him just get it all out.
Yeah. So again, if you asking me hypothetically, can the United States, not America, but the United States government hide things from us? Have they been known to hide things? Yes, they have. But that means that the entire scientific community around the world will have to cooperate with that fucking lie. You know what I'm saying? And everybody's not with that.
No, they don't. That's why you have people here to tell you they're lying, sir. Here it is.
I'm one of the people.
They did a very good job at diverting our attention from the truth, but they didn't hide.
Yeah, I'm one of the people that would tell you that there are many things with mainstream science that I don't necessarily agree with. And I think it's a cover up, like when they talk about dark energy, dark matter, neutron stars, black holes. I think all of those are mathematical scapegoats for them not understanding what's actually going on. So again, when it comes to this, you really have to break stuff down fundamentally for our people so they can understand all of the big words that we're using. And they don't really understand the big words, and it just comes off as gish galloping, and that's how our people lose interest because
what
they
the
don't
fuck
know.
does gish galloping mean?
Ain't
nobody
gish
galloping,
man, bro. I'm not talking.
You trying to double talk on this nigga? What you the white whisper?
I'm not talking about you personally. I'm just talking about any of our people who are on this level of information.
All right, man, so you smart, right? Explain what a light year is. What is that?
A light year is a subjective measurement of how long it takes.
Subjective. That means opinion, right?
Yeah,
so it's not factual, man. I'm agreeing so, okay, what else can I ask you to disprove that you know something, man?
I'm agreeing that light speed is subjective to human.
What's the speed of light?
I mean, did you hear what I just said? It's subjective.
No. I'm asking you, what is the speed of light?
186,000 miles per second.
That's not true to be any speed. What's the fucking equation? It's 3.7 times 10. Man, what the? You don't know what you're talking about, man.
If you're asking me the speed of light, it's
what is it?
I'm telling you that it's subjectively a measurement of.
Family, stop listening to dumb niggas, man.
I mean, like that.
Whoa. Let's be nice. No, wait. Hold up. For the family. Hang on. Hold on one second.
I didn't mean to disrespect your guest, baby.
No.
Sister
Beth, okay.
What I'm trying to get the audience to understand is that the guy that's speaking, I'm trying to let Laurel that he's not hands-on with nothing. The article I showed, we're doing my Niobe. He does not understand that everything he is reading has nothing to do with him actually trying it, looking for other sources. He is reading mainstream stuff. The article I showed you specific. It is saying that go get the ferrite oxide and the hematite. Have that on the same wavelength. You can then suspend the electrostatic field to get it. But this brother don't have an oscilloscope. He don't have no equipment. He ain't hands-on with nothing.
Yeah, bro,
so what he doing is he's reading hands-on stuff.
Turn your camera on so we can see your lab.
See, that's what I'm saying, man.
You're talking as if I have it. So you must have it, right?
Man, you don't have a song, nigga. We know it.
Bro, right, brother, I'm not even talking to you because you disrespected me. So I'm just gonna leave you on the back burner. No, you don't ask me any more questions.
Sister Beth, I'm just bringing this up because I'm not trying to go back and forth with brother Laurel. I'm trying to get Laurel to now be hands-on with this stuff, and he will see exactly all the information that if mainstream told him that is not possible, that is not what's actually happening in non-mainstream science and physics. And that's why I'm not trying to go back and forth with Mr. Laurel.
I'm not
okay, hold up, gentlemen. I put for the family in a hunky hole for a minute. He being naughty. He'll be back up, but he just being naughty.
But I also Oh, go ahead, Sister Betty.
I just want to say some things. Mr. Laurel is very intelligent, and he did not come up here and call anybody any humiliating names. Okay, so let's not downgrade people. Let's not say what one doesn't have unless we've been in their homes and areas to find out if they in fact have it. So let's not get personal, but let's just teach. Okay, we're all in here to learn from you. We're not, we don't want to hear humiliation. Just keep it going back and forth. Okay, well, this is what I got. And then Mr. Laurel, this is what I got. That's always better. Okay.
That's what I'm trying to. That's what I'm trying to tell Mr. Laurel.
Out to the brother that I'm actually not for all of mainstream science. In fact, if you listen to what I'm saying, what I'm talking to you is plasma cosmology and the electric universe. That's literally what I'm talking to you about.
You said plasma cosmology.
Bro, you come to
blood cosmology.
Cosmology
what are you talking about, man?
When it comes to plasma science and plasma cosmology and electric universe, that is not mainstream science.
So what is Bose-Einstein?
Family, I'm gonna give you the mic all to yourself and not gonna let anyone talk. So just hold your cookies. I know you want to get it.
I just brought that up just to show you that I'm not for mainstream science like that. I am one of those people that like to lean on what they call fringe science. I like to lean on fringe science because it's the future. Everything that they tell you that pseudoscience today is the future.
But that's what I just provided to you, and you didn't even tell the audience.
That's why I said I'm not going back and forth with you, not saying that you're wrong or not. I'm just saying that when you're talking to the people, they don't understand the words that we use.
No, we're taking notes and looking, and it's okay.
I wasn't trying to use words they didn't understand because I didn't know this presentation would even be about this. I would have had slides put up so I can walk with them. So what I'm trying,
and normally he does. It's just
that's what I'm saying, Mr. Laurel. I wasn't trying to confuse the crowd. I know what comprehension skill sets some may or may not be on, but I just pulled up late. 45 minutes late. I thought Sister Betty said pull up at 1. I didn't know the conversation would go from
we had the times mix. He thought I said 1 o'clock and I didn't.
So I'm not trying to lose the crowd. I'm trying to make the crowd very aware of non-conventional information. And so that's why I pulled up to try to show you something like, no, brother, that thing say electrostatic is totally different from the EM field. And I explained how before I pulled that up. And I'm trying to explain that why people are listening to Tesla as some type of phenomenon. Well, because he suspended the magnetic field. And once he did that, he was able to send wireless information and energy at very vast distances. But if he only used the EM field, it cannot go vast distances, and it has a problem because the electron is perpendicular from the magnetic field. However, you still can use an EM field to send information or energy via. The only way you could do that is to cancel the EM field. To do that, you have to have the bipolar or Yagi coil, these type of Caduceus coil, and you have to have the amplification box to do this. You have to match those frequencies with each coil, and then you have to make one of them 1/8 out of phase of the other. When you do that, and you look at your oscilloscope and a probe, you're gonna see what I see. Anybody else see that done this? You're gonna see the amps. They just drop. There's no amplification or the decibels. Now that's safe for any biological creature to be around because you retain the magnetic field. I'm not saying the magnetic field disappeared and and just disappeared. No. You was able to make it non-perpendicular to the electron field. That's why that thing said no, the electrostatic field is totally different from the EM field. It's a branch of EM, but it's not the EM field because you cancel the 90-degree perpendicular angle from the magnetic field. Now the electrostatic field is free to roam at great distances at different speeds. And then if you want to suspend the electrostatic field, you can do what's called magnetic monopole with lithium niobate. I'm telling you, there's plenty of us and others been doing magnetic monopole. But what mainstream science does, most definitely in America, and you go to a place like CERN is not there to tell you what they actually know how to do and what they're doing. CERN has plenty of agendas. One thing CERN does is they orchestrate particle collision. You are not supposed to be letting them particles collide. That's called entropy physics. When you do negatropic physics, you use acoustics to make those particles go hand in hand and communicate. You use what's called cold fusion, not hot fusion. I can send y'all a list of scientists and physicists that lost their lives from 1970 to 1960s, 70s, 80s, and 90s because when they discovered cold fusion, they found out they could make particles change its own nucleus formation with not hot temperatures, room temperature, and cold stuff. But you're not introduced to non-mainstream physics. What you know is called CERN and what's called hot fusion or fission. That is the incorrect way. So if you're a real nigga and you are prokaryotic or you're non-domestic, as an example, you would not be trying to destroy life. You would not be crashing the damn particles. When you crash them particles, you are making a huge mistake. You're doing entropy physics. If you could make those particles communicate at room temperature or colder, that's called cold fusion. But you never heard of cold fusion. But if you go research cold fusion, you're going to see that, oh, it's impossible. It's impossible. Because if you found out how cold fusion worked, you can start changing particles with room temperature variables by using acoustics, photoelectric effect, the photoacoustic effect. You can now change those particles from copper to gold. You can then change these nucleus of these atomic structures by not using 10 million degrees, how CERN is telling y'all to crash these particles. You can use room temperature stuff, but y'all never heard of cold fusion. Y'all heard of hot fusion, hot fission. So that's mainstream. So you mean to tell me if CERN saying no such thing as cold fusion, it ain't feasible?
No, like I said,
okay.
When it comes to that, like I said, I'm actually familiar with cold fusion. I've been a science addict my whole life.
Explain what cold fusion is.
Well, that's irrelevant. And I told you I'm
no,
not.
Explain.
I'm not
You familiar with it? Explain.
I'm not.
Yeah, explain it.
I'm not speaking. Brother. Cold fusion is
put niggas on trial nowadays, man.
Explain it without thermal heat. That's what it is.
No. Don't do without. Explain what cold fusion.
So Meta, let me ask. I would like to head up. I would like to intervene. Meta, I know I got you at the last minute. Well, we got the times mixed up, but we're going live Monday. Do you think you could prepare us some slides to show this for Monday?
Yeah, because what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull up slides of all other physicists that lost their life and they were murdered because they came out with cold fusion. There's even websites I can introduce to Laurel that they're actually doing it, and so you can you can actually replicate these experiments to make things modify its nucleus characteristics by not 10 million degrees or smashing the particles, because you've been colonized in every aspect in this program. So you think because CERN is the big dogs, smashing particles is all you know. But anything you just said to CERN.
I don't even necessarily subscribe to.
All right, so we'll wait.
Sister Thunder, he said he don't subscribe to CERN, but he just used CERN to say one of the magnetic monopoles.
Okay, hold up. We're gonna wait for Monday for you to be able to show this information, and also, I would like to see the formula with the imaginary, so the audience can get the visual, so they could actually see the formula with the imaginary on there. Mr. Laro left. He did say he had to go, but he's very intelligent. I can tell you that.
He's a runner.
And I hope he comes back. But I thought he was very educated in physics. Sounds like it, at least from an electrical standpoint. So I'm gonna assume that he does electrical, and I hope he comes back Monday. But now I would like for the family to go ahead and take the mic.
I mean, the brother couldn't really explain how he's trying to basically consolidate energy. He went around a whole roundabout way trying to explain how you do that. That's all this shit is. We're trying to trap energy that we don't create and consolidate it to channel it to make lights and all this other bullshit that we do. He can't explain that shit. I think these white people are trying to figure out when they talk about CERN and trying to break a particle and slice an atom, they're trying to figure out what make that determination that we got that shit. That's what they're trying to get to. That crazy. You know what I'm talking about?
No,
and
you don't.
You don't know.
Elaborate a bit more. I don't know.
Like, that we call it demon time, right?
Okay.
They're trying to figure out how to get to that. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so
That's what they're
because
trying to do.
so that's what he just what for the family just said. Sister Bethy, the reason why you keep getting me to I speak all around the board from different subjects. I'm trying to make the crowd aware of what's causing demon time and what is demon time. You are not supposed to be smashing these particles to get end results at 10 million degrees. There is nothing that use 10, 20, 30 million degrees to get results from a particle. But because we have physics and science and mainstream and their own demon time to do what they're supposed to do here before their time is up, they're showing you demon time in all areas, whether it's mathematics, who have a bunch of errors. They don't teach geometric mathematics. Algebra is a branch of geometric mathematics, but they don't teach geometric mathematics. They took it out in 1820. Everything in mathematics is entropy based. Everything in physics is entropy based. Everything in science, mainstream, let me say mainstream, is entropy. But nature does not work on entropy. Nature works on negantropy. So when you put your feet on the ground, that's not a positive or electromagnetic field touching the bottom of your feet. That is called radiant charge. And the brother was unaware of what's radiant charge. All he knows is EM field. So when you put your feet on the ground, those are negative charge, and it's called the radiant charge touching the bottom of your soul, and it's give you negative charge. So that's why your feet touch the ground. Get rid of inflammation in the body. But he's unaware that you cannot say an electromagnetic field is coming from the ground, because that is very harmful. And he did not admit, the brother Laurel did not admit that I showed him that the electrostatic field, the tab says that it's entirely different from the EM field because you suspended the magnetic field. That's why Tesla was kind of very popular, because he was saying what y'all going by is called Hertzian, the Hertzian waves, or electromagnetic, or Maxwell.
He said acoustic too. Like this is all like megahertz. Like, oh no, man, that nigga. Oh no,
Yeah, he even tried to say that acoustic is the same thing. He even said that acoustic field is the same thing as electromagnetic field, but it's not. The acoustic field is not using the electromagnetic field, so we don't see light from the acoustics because
that's a sound wave, man. Like that nigga. Oh, that nigga
that's
not
a sound
that.
wave. That is
bright.
totally different. That's a sound wave. So Sister Beth, what he says sound wave is, the reason why you do not see light coming from sound is because it is not attached to the EM field. The reason you're seeing light from electromagnetic field because you have the electron, proton, and a photon emitting light. But when you step inside acoustics, it's a whole different ball game. There is no electromagnetic field. And so that's why I was trying to explain to everybody when he came on the panel, like, bro, I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm just trying to let you know what you're unaware of so you can go back and study this, because I know you're not hands-on with it and you have not cracked down where did the EM field generate from. So that's why I showed that came from Maxwell, and it was later given by Oliver Heaviside. What the governments did is give y'all those two perspectives of the EM field. So if somebody want to get a master's degree or a bachelor in electrical engineering, I don't care what college you go to, they're going to give you these books based on the Maxwell or Heaviside. But the problem is those books does not tell you about these other fields that you're supposed to know about. If y'all want to get involved in teleportation, if y'all want to get involved in sending wireless energy from a distance, wireless information, if y'all want to know how your brain is thinking, what field is your thoughts using? Because it's not using a hazardous EM field. So the brother did not admit, so you know what, Metal, I didn't know that. That thing say electrostatic field is separate from that. He didn't even want to admit that.
Problem, dude. That's our problem. Like it's prideful. I wasn't trying to talk on the nigga either. I'm just trying to make it make sense. Like it ain't making sense. Like what is you talking about? That shit didn't make
and
no
that's
sense.
my whole thing, is getting our people to think outside the box. Don't stay there just because your college, your university, your certificate says stay there. There is more. And
you know what?
That's how they get you on code. Literally, that's how they get you on code. When they keep you there, you have to always
bunch of white people information though. Like
you have to always. You're right. You have to always think outside the box. Just like with that Bible, they tell you in that Bible, I don't care what the preachers tell you this. I don't care what nobody tell you.
Look,
stand
you just
on
corrected
that Lord's word.
You just corrected yourself. You said the preachers say it's not what the Bible says, what the preachers say about the Bible.
Exactly. They're the ones making you tell you that I don't care what you say or what nobody tell you. You stand on that and you stand on that. Because if and did you ask him, what if you go outside the box? He ain't got no answer.
Let me ask you this question.
And you know what he's gonna say? That's the devil. That's the devil telling you to do that.
Yeah, you know, that's that 501(c).
They don't
That shit
want
is.
you to. They don't want you to expand your horizons. They always want you to stay at the level they need you at, so they could look more intelligent.
Let me ask you a
And
question,
I'm
Sister
keeping
Becky.
it.
Can I ask you a question? May I ask you a
If it's
question?
about physics, you gotta ask Meta because I don't know shit,
No.
baby. I'm taking the baby course.
It's about regular life. Do you think
Oh,
these people
okay.
really trying to find out how to break and crack the code called us, or just the world?
Called what?
Do you think these fake scientists and all this other shit, right? Do you think they're trying to figure out a way to break us to crack our code, or they just trying to crack the code of the earth?
May I
I could
say
probably
both?
say a little bit of both. Oh, okay. I was gonna take an educated guess, but go ahead, Alibaba.
No, cook on it, sis, because I'm gonna fall right behind you when you hand the baton to me.
Okay, so what I would say is this: I believe it's a little bit of both. It has to be a little bit of both because that's the only way you can make real attempts at trying to. They've been trying to get up out of here forever, and they can't. They fail.
No, I'm not asking that. I'm not asking how they trying to escape. They ain't no escaping this, right?
Well, I
They
mean,
just.
no, I was just using that as an example.
I got you.
I
I'm
was
talking
just
about like the CERN, right? The gene. What they're trying to penetrate. They act like they're trying to go to a whole different universe and all this other bullshit, right? I'm
the
talking
only
about
way they could go.
are they trying to find a way to break us? They have not found a way to break us.
What
That's what
I
The
I
think
simple answer
is,
to that question is yes.
oh,
You got a
Thank you,
delay,
brother.
maybe,
Man.
but go ahead, sis. Go ahead.
their only way out here, and their only way out here is what I'm starting to believe is through us. You have to be a part of us to get out. You can't like leech on. They have to leech on us to get out. They need us
What's
to
so
be
funny,
able.
baby? So check
We
this out.
need to be an
They
egg for them, and they
CERN,
need
short for certain,
whatever.
but they're not certain about nothing. They're not certain about a
Right.
damn thing. These niggas
Right.
is weak.
Everything is a theory and a hypothesis. That's the way.
Hey, can
That's
I
what they
jump
base
up in there real
everything
quick?
on.
Can I jump up in
Go
there real quick?
go ahead. You got it.
Yeah. So, metamaterial spoke about acoustic sound not being related to electromagnetic field, and there's people with illnesses, right? And they are the exception to the rule to the majority of the population. But there are people with illnesses that actually can see the electromagnetic field related to the sound waves coming from the music, and they can actually see the tones and the energy, the colors when they hear music. I know people have heard of this and seen this before, right? But I'm gonna say this too, right? When I used to work in linear cogeneration, we took steam, we took water, we took gas, we converted that into electricity. We fed it to New Jersey and New York. But there was a water plant in there called the Demon Plant, and the Demon Plant, they separated the acid and the water, and they some type of chemical reaction, and it created something called demon water, right? I don't remember the process, even though I used to create it myself at the job. But that demon water was used to make the electricity that we fed to New York and Jersey. You see what I'm saying?
Did
So
they use titration? They use titration doing that shit.
you said what?
I said, did they use titration to do that shit? They separated that shit. Like they took out the demon water from the regular substance.
Yeah, they made the water into something called demon water by adding in acid, and then they shot it through this machine called an HRSG, and the HRSG would separate the ions, and then it would go through this machine where it created a chemical reaction where you have electricity, and that electricity would go through the wires to the transformers to other little things, and then it would get fed to the cities. But when we talk about demon time and demon, right? Our bodies have acid in it, no? And our bodies have electricity in it, no? So, when the holistic people was talking a lot, they used to say you got to be more alkaline and not acidic, because when you're more acidic, you become more in a different type of nature in a way, right? You could literally probably damn near coming on demon time. I don't know if
That's
I'm
why
making
we
sense.
supposed to walk
But
on that grass. We supposed to walk on that grass too. You know what I'm talking about? Barefoot.
yeah.
Hey,
Or you could buy,
Sister
or
Trinity. Hey, Sister Thunder, pull up my page real quick for Mr. Lightman so he could see this what he just said about acoustics. So I could just show on his page real quick. Because that's why I was just showing Laurel. There's a difference from electrostatic.
No, I
and
agree with that. I agree with that. What I'm saying is there's illnesses in people that when they hear music, they see with their natural eyes colors of the music. They can see the music in the air. There's an illness of this. Look up the name of this illness. I'm not disagreeing with you. You don't have to show me this. I've seen this already. I was here when you showed this.
No, I never
Right?
showed this. Right? I never showed this.
Okay. Okay, my
They
bad.
made
I do
scientific
want,
words. They made scientific words. We can look in each other's eyes and tell when a nigga tripping. You know what I mean? We can see
well,
this type of
that's
shit.
not what I'm. Go ahead, y'all got it, man. I just
No, I ain't trying to argue with you, Sister Beth. You put my page up.
Yeah, it's up.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. The EM field and the acoustic field are different in several ways, not one. There's different things that the EM field is different from the acoustic. They're totally different. So when you hear a sound, you're doing phonons. That's the vibration that you're trying to say is permeating in the area or something like that. The EM field is entirely different because the EM field has an electron that's attached 90 degrees from the magnetic field on a particle scale. That is not what's going through when you say you hear sound from a speaker. That's not the EM field that's going through a speaker that you're hearing. There is no EM field or electromagnetics coming through that speaker. That because you would be damaged. Listen to loud music in your car.
He's still bickering. He's still bickering about this, man. He's still tripping.
Oh,
I'm talking about old boy. Like you got to explain this to him still.
I don't know. I was trying to let him
he was just basically giving me a little bit more clarity to what he was explaining before with the new source. But I wasn't the one bickering or I don't think. I do want to hear people talk about the positons inside the dark matter.
I'm saying, look. Can you admit that you were unaware of what you was talking about, man?
First of all, I'm not Laurel. I wasn't the one going back and forth with metamaterial, so I don't have to admit anything. And then on top of that, I wasn't disagreeing with metamaterial. What I was saying is an illness that y'all can look this up if y'all want to, of people that can see the sounds of the music that they hear. They see different shapes and colors when they hear the music. That is literally
that's not an illness, man.
Oh my God, it is an illness, brother. Y'all can pull it up and look at it right now. I'm not making this up. It is an illness.
You know what, man? You got people that can see colors on people. You got people that see colors, right? You got people who's blind.
We talking about music. I don't understand your logic. We're talking about the combination of sound waves and electromagnetic. So there's my logic right there, because I'm staying on topic right now. We're not talking about just looking at somebody and seeing their aura. We're talking about the combination of a sound wave and electromagnetic. But y'all got
but that combines all of it, though, man. But okay.
You are argumentative.
I'm not.
You are a prokaryotic domestic invasive species, and I'm reporting you to the government. Matter of fact, I'm reporting you to metamaterial.
You say you go metamaterial.
Metamaterial.
He said,
he's a cat and a dog.
Come get this nigga.
He's a cat and a dog. He is a.
No, I was just trying to show Mr. Lightman. I was just trying to show you that so you could be aware that the electromagnetic field is not the same as acoustics, and that's why I'm trying to show Brother Laurel, but he didn't want to admit, like, you know what, I was incorrect. I didn't know that the electrostatic field can be suspended from the EM field. He just logged off and jumped off. That's why if somebody teach me and show me something and I was incorrect, I promise you, I'm be like, okay, yeah, I like that. I was unaware of that, so let me add that to my tool. When people try to run across and say, oh, I didn't know that, and they don't make it aware to the crowd, that we can't build that way. So that's why I was just showing, like, no, bro, the EM field is different from acoustics, because that sound wave is using what's called the implosion, is using gravity field, and the gravity field is not nothing far-fetched. It's just an invisible force field that does not have any limits to travel, and that's why acoustics is very, very special. CERN is not using acoustics to communicate with those particles. They're using high-level electromagnetic fields, and guess what about CERN is y'all not taught about? CERN is not there to smash no particles. CERN smash particles, and when they take that high frequency energy, guess what they do? They shoot it up to the satellites. So when y'all saw Hawaii was on fire, and when y'all see California was on fire, and y'all call it beams coming out the sky,
That's what CERN is also doing that y'all was never taught. Brother Rail cannot go on their website and they're going to tell you, hey, yo, this particle accelerator that we have, we take all that energy and we transfer it to what's called a high dielectric mirror that's attached to the satellite. That satellite can take that high frequency energy and shoot a beam and light your entire destination up. So he can't even go to CERN and get that data. So what I'm saying is CERN is not there to smash particles. CERN is there to feed other things around you, such as the satellites, that high impact energy. We call them particle beam accelerators, atmosphere, ionospheres, and they feed it that from the ground. They shoot it up.
Brother man, let's make it simple. Acoustic, right, is able to control your soul, right? EMP controls everything outside of you, man. It can shut down your whole reality, but acoustic, it can penetrate your fucking soul, and it can make you wiggle. You understand?
Yeah.
I mean, that's basically what it is. EMP can shut down everything that you need to live on. Like it's a grid type shit. You know what I mean? Y'all making this shit harder than what it needs to be.
Hey, hold on, metamaterial. I do want you to talk on dark matter and the portals that they open to allegedly collect the dark matter and how it even enforces the concept.
How you like this new portal that's opening up right now, nigga? When we taking care of business.
I don't believe nothing about no portal.
Now.
I don't believe nothing about CERN doing portals.
How about the dark matter though? How about the?
I don't believe anything they doing dark matter.
How you like it?
I don't believe nothing they say, Harley, because they have a different agenda. I don't believe nothing about no portals open up. I don't believe nothing about no dark energy because they have a different agenda. They're on a different demon time. They is not there to tell you what they're actually doing. Now, if you want to do what's called portal acceleration or energy from a distance, that's why I told Brother Laurel, you cannot do that with the EM field. You're going to have to use the electrostatic or the imaginary, what's called the scalar longitudinal interferometry. And that means that when your cell phone gets a signal from the cell towers, it's called a transverse wave. That's a big wave going up and down, up and down. When you step aside longitudinal interferometry, it goes straight. So you have to step inside longitudinal array interferometry if you want to send a signal to a portal from information from this end to this end. You cannot use a transverse wave, and he's highly unaware of this. So by reading behind CERN, CERN didn't tell y'all that they smashing particles, not for y'all. They smashing particles, take that energy and shoot it to a high dielectric mirror that's attached to the satellite. So when they want to light Hawaii on fire, they have the energy just sitting up there in an ionosphere heater dome, ionosphere heater device.
Mic check, mic check. Can you hear me? Or am I still in the
1 2 1 2? Go ahead, do your thing.
Okay. And Queen Mother, thank you again for attempting to do what you are doing. Education is necessary for the miseducated Negro. Now, I really had called about whoever that was talking about breaking us down and whether you're using the transitional, quote unquote, science of quantum realm and the supposed quarks and the alleged CERN circumstance. I'm always going to call you Wakanda, brother, though I know you want to go by metamaterial. Wakanda.
Yes, sir.
Any path continuing along the propagandistic lie is false, is fraudulent. The entire scholarship of what we are told as science and academia is based on the theory of evolution, which is still a theory 2 centuries later. Why we can't seem to understand a simple concept like that causes chaos and confusion. Next, to answer the specific question that I attempted to earlier, was yes, they trying to kill the Indian and save the man. That agenda has never ended, starting with the Doctrine of Discovery in 1452. Now, you can quarrel over whether you believe it exists or not. The facts is the criminals do. In the United States Supreme Court, they ruled in 2005 all property law is based on the Doctrine of Discovery. Do you think they give a damn about what the American known as the Negro believes or argues over? Now let's go back to science. The issue in question is, why is the whole discussion focused on melanin? And if I'm not mistaken, at the last, and people seem to not understand, melanin is sold just like any other commodity and item on the stock market. and in the Commodities and Futures Exchange. It is in between more than the price of an ounce of gold, which I think at last count was around $2,500, to upwards of $3,000 to $3,500. What is it? What is it? Is it a gram? Wakanda?
Yeah, it's per gram.
So melanin per gram is worth more than gold, literally, as we're speaking. Now, is that science or is that belief, my good young brother?
That's why. So the brother said, "So do I believe in black holes?" I rather study the melanin. The reason because we have a branch in physics called black box radiation. So if you have melanin, you are already a dark matter being. Why? Because you're considered a black box radiator. That means you can absorb all wavelengths and also emit it back. So when I say, when the brother say dark matter, I don't want to hear nothing what CERN even talking about, because they have a whole entire different agenda. It is not to give you the correction of what they actually doing. So
well, you just did two simple facts, metamaterial, which is just basic understanding for the slow bus and those who are mentally challenged. 10 million degrees is some hot shit. Would you agree? It's some hot shit.
Yeah.
So then anything created from it is some hot shit. I'm talking ebonics here, Queen Mother. For the ebonically challenged, for the Pookies, the Ray Rays, and those who ride the short bus. So 10 million degrees is some hot shit. And when you gather that energy, as he just described, and you bounce that shit off of a mirror called a satellite, that's called a directed energy weapon. You feel me, Queen Mother?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to explain. That's how they get the energy to the satellite. So when they want to light up Hawaii, any place, they bouncing it off the particle accelerators, and the particle accelerators are not necessarily. They everywhere.
Would that be called refraction?
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah. But whether or not you can use basic science, physics, thermodynamics, which yes, you can. The question is, are we being, first of all, are we being convinced by some pale demons who our ancestors told from first contact speak with forked tongue? Would you agree? Either of you gentlemen, young men? Young bloods to this old nigga trying to have an actual conversation about what should make sense. So why 5 centuries later you shocked by the level of lies coming out of forked tongue mouth demon?
Man, I'm not. Yeah, I can't wait for them niggas to die, man. I'm not really shocked about nothing.
So now you package it in a thing called science. Oh, hold on, bro. Hold on. The word called science makes it a different type of religion, or is their science the religion? And here's a clue. Here's a hint. You heard of the Jesuits and the Catholic Church? Did they not create the academia and the scholarship that we're calling scientific methodology, metamaterial?
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
And we're confused about that. Is that what we're arguing over? We're confused about that
terminology science created, brother.
I'm sorry?
When was the terminology called science created? The word itself.
Are we still talking about foreign people creating something out of literally out of their ass?
I'm not
out of their
asking,
ass, and then using it to do what with, though? Regardless of the actual origin of the word and what it's defined, what is their intentions?
I'm just
our
I mean,
extermination. Are you my brother, my young brother? Are you understanding? This is not something that is difficult to comprehend. This is really simple. Now we're listening to other people make it complex, so you don't focus.
I
Are you
have a
feeling
reason
what
for
I'm
my
saying,
question,
young brother?
I do. I got a reason for my question.
Google is saying the 14th century, which is the 1300s, which means awareness.
Okay, so
and what should, but since you said that, Queen Mother, what should the American known as the Negro be aware of?
Demon time.
We should be aware. We should be aware of ourselves, right?
Ourselves.
Demon time.
Because we got an enemy within, right?
I answered that demon time.
We got an enemy within that we got to rid of. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
That's the real problem. We talking around the problem, right? We got to get rid of that motherfucker. He got to go.
Let us suggest that you are.
We can't get it together unless we do that.
Okay, let us suggest, my young brother, that you are acting. Okay, without getting this sister's platform stricken and going into discussion of triggering niggas to be violent. What is the simple message you can offer in code, so to speak, on what's in your house and getting it infestation removed, because it sounds like you just described a vermin infestation. So can I deal with cleaning up my house until I remove the infestation?
You know what, man? That's a difficult answer, because I can clean my house, right? But then I gotta go outside
and bring such infestation back into your house
No,
after you've isolated and done
Oh,
something correct in your house.
I thought
You
the
still
sun.
have a society to interact with,
I thought
correct?
the sun killed all the bacteria on the outside of the body.
Say it again.
I'm sorry, you were muffled there, Bethy. What did you say?
I said I thought when you go outside in the sun that it works on removing all the bacteria on the outside of the body.
Man, there's a lot of people that's sick outside, homeless and everything. You know what I mean? With the sun beaming on them. So no, that's not true.
The nitric oxide.
You know.
Oh, I was finna say the nitric oxide in your skin eliminates different type of viruses or bacteria that's not supposed to be on the skin. That's why nitric.
But
That's
that
why
would also, okay, hold on, Madam Material. See, when we make the statements that we make, we're making presumptions that people are healthy.
No, I wanted to answer your question.
That we're actually let me finish, bro. Let me finish.
I wanted to answer your question.
You can ask whatever you ask, but let me complete
No, I said I want to answer
that I
the
was
question
making.
that you asked.
Let me complete the thought that I
ahead.
was making. That's how conversations typically. So when you're presuming that people are healthy with their environment and with their diet, what you're suggesting may be accurate and correct, Madam Material. You follow me? But we already know the vast majority of the American, known as the Negro, exists literally in a toxic environment. Go ahead,
You know what I think it's gonna take? This is what to answer your question. I think we gotta cut off our motherfucking arm to save our body. That's my answer to your question.
Wouldn't that only be if you have diabetes and it turned into gangrene? But go ahead.
Or you could go backwards in ancient science of medieval times where they did things like using leeches, bloodletting, amputation. No, I get the metaphor that you're suggesting, my good young man.
All right.
But in the actuality, you're also harming the body as a whole.
That's what's necessary.
So I'm not suggesting
you're
that the
pain
option.
in your body, you squeeze on it to get rid of it, right?
There are a number of courses you could take as treatment.
First, I'm talking about the remedy. I'm not talking about a number of courses, man.
Now, you just, as the other brother said, you just want to be argumentative. You don't want to entertain a conversation.
What is your
solution? You just want to be argumentative. You're not letting a person respond. You're not letting them complete their thought. So you just want to argue. You don't want to have a conversation. So as I'm attempting to have a conversation with you, young brother, because I'm not interrupting when you respond. May
let's be sure what I'm asking. You don't got to be long.
May I complete the thought so that we can move the conversation forward? So again, to suggest only one option at addressing whatever a condition is foolhardy. In addition, the first presumption is you're dealing with a healthy being.
So you asked the foolhardy.
So if you don't address, young brother, come on now, just pause yourself and chill. If you don't address first the condition of whatever the person is, the body or the body politic as a whole, that they are not acting in their best interest and they are not nourishing themselves correctly, no matter what treatment plan you offer will be undermined because you haven't gotten to the core problem, which is we are unwell. Do you get what I'm saying, bro?
I mean, I do. So I'm going to ask you one more time. What's the solution to you?
Okay, we're talking two different levels here, and my message is very simple. First, on the mental state, identity crisis is real. The American known as the Negro. We're not a Negro. We've been called Negro, colored, and black. Brother, come on, brother, come on now. Stop doing what you're doing. I don't interrupt you when you're speaking. Would you please stop doing that? I'm trying to be kind.
I don't care about
my sister's platform. I'm asking you to stop behaving like you don't have sense. That's all I'm asking. So if you would finally just pause and let a person complete their thought, okay? That's all I'm asking, bro. In addition, until we are addressing the state of a person's mind, even having these discussions of science or history or any topic we're discussing, we're talking to mentally ill people, young man. Do you comprehend that?
The world is mentally ill. What's your next thing? What's the
I'm not
physical thing you need
concerned
to do?
about the world. I'm concerned exclusively because there can be only one American.
You
That is
are
my only
retarded
concern.
because the world is retarded. So how we get unretarded? Explain it.
So again, as I've attempted to do, you want to be argumentative. You don't actually want to entertain a conversation.
Man, I
So
don't
I will,
want to lecture
as
or
I'm
teach. I don't
responding to
want
the
none of that.
question that is asked for the audience, obviously not for you, is that for a healthy American to be in the right frame of mind suggests you cannot be referred to as Negro, colored, black, African American, anything else that would cause a toxic
Words, listen,
state of
words is not
mentality.
making us retarded, G. Words, these words you're talking about, we know who we are. So all that black, that shit don't
Now,
mean
when you
nothing.
keep suggesting this we business, which you see this, you do see this, Queen Mother.
Maybe that's the
You see
problem.
the
This we.
presumptions that people like to make in conversations when they really are not being very effective, or I would question
Ask
their
you for
level of
your
intelligence.
solution. The
The
first thing we need to do is
vast
stop calling ourselves
majority,
black.
the
Okay.
vast majority of Americans think they are Negro, colored, black, Balalian, African American, Christian, Jews,
Let's just say
Hebrew
we all
Israelites, and
think that we
Muslims. So
Americans.
when you use a term "we," then you must define what group collection of we you're talking about.
I'm talking
But
about
that
my
is
people.
not the entire people
I would
who
like to
are
think I'm on the panel
suffering
right now
for
with people who
one
are my
thing,
people,
under
man. So it's
one
not hard to
thing
get.
and one thing alone: foreign invaders trying to exterminate the
How
American
do we stop
known as the Negro.
How do we
Now,
stop it?
that's still the answer to the original question, whoever that was that asked. Are they
I
out
asked,
to
I
get
said, how do
us?
we stop it?
Yes. And if we're not out to defend ourselves, because there are many of us misguided internally to our community, which you might want to consider as the enemy, and that could be correct, but they are still your family and your loved ones. Now, if you are kill everybody type mentality, which it sounds like
I'm
that's what
not.
you're going to suggest,
I'm not. Hey, you
then
know what?
you're not being
You
intelligent in
remember
the
Jungle
approach.
Fever?
You
Hey,
are
brother man.
not, young man,
I got you.
you are
I got
not
you.
being
Do you
intelligent
remember
in
Jungle
your
Fever?
approach to
Do you remember
address
Jungle Fever?
how do
When
you
his
get
dad,
people to
you
work with
remember
you
Samuel
and
Jackson
not
daddy
against
killed his
you,
ass?
brother.
That's what it's gonna take, man.
How do you get people to work with you and not against you, metamaterial,
I really
since
don't give a
this young
fuck.
man just wants to be
I really don't
argumentative?
care. Listen, I don't care about nobody working
So
with
then
me.
obviously
We just
you
gonna
don't
get
want to
down and lay
entertain a
down, man.
conversation. That's why I'm moving the conversation to someone
No.
who wants to have a conversation. So metamaterial, which I do believe you're
I tell you
attempting
like
to
this,
do
brother,
this
man.
with your
Listen, you
scientific
monologuing now.
discussions. How do you get people to work with you as opposed to against you?
You know what? You give them a deal they can't refuse. That's how you do it. To answer your question.
So then as far as the scientific discussion metamaterial,
so you
what
dancing
truth
now.
will it? No, because I'm not going to keep going back and forth with you, brother. You've already shown that you don't respect,
You know
that
what,
you
man?
do not respect
I
other
respect you, and I'm not
people's
gonna
discussion.
disrespect you, man. Go ahead, do
I
your
did not
thing.
interrupt. Notice I didn't interrupt a word you had to say. Every time I have something to say, you want to try to dominate me. I don't play that game.
I'm trying to
So
dialogue with you.
metamaterial,
How am
out
I
of
trying to dominate
respect to the person who's actually doing a program, I don't think that would be you. Metamaterial, what would you suggest would be
Sister,
the
that being said, this is open
scientific
panel now,
approach
nigga. That shit is
to
over with.
what you're intending to do with these discussions, metamaterial? What would be the scientific
So
approach
you don't have no
to
solution. You just
correcting
talk.
the mental issue for the American known as the Negro?
I want my people to listen to this, right? These niggas don't have no fucking solution. None.
As if you suggested anything other than killing people.
Right.
All
I
right.
think
So
that's the best bet.
metamaterial,
I
again,
think that's
since
the best bet.
the conversation was not about your simple-mindedness. Metamaterial, because I'm about to fall back, Beth, because I didn't come here to act up with a fool or to be
Hey, go
showing
take your
a
ass a
fool how
nap,
to
old
behave
man.
like he has some sense. The scientific discussion is the American known as the Negro, has a severe case of mental illness. Would you agree or disagree?
Yeah. Yes, we are very redundant. We keep doing the same thing over and over and think it's gonna work. Like you. We're getting rid of that shit though.
Again, I was addressing metamaterial, not whoever
I
this
just addressed you though. Don't worry about
idiot. No matter the idiotic behavior of this individual, I'm asking the person doing the presentation. So metamaterial, once again, would you be so kind as to answer what you consider would be the scientific approach to getting to the core of the mental condition of the American, made into the Negro, I might add. So what would you be your suggestion, metamaterial? Mic check? Mic check?
Man, y'all done ran metamaterial out with y'all foolishness.
Yo,
Man, shout out
I'm
to
back,
y'all.
Mr. Smoke. I'm back, Mr. Signal.
Into the chat, bro. Power to the motherfucking people. All right, you got it, bro. Okay.
What's up? What's up? What's up?
So did you drop off or what? I don't know if you heard what I asked you, metamaterial.
No, my bad. I just came back. Just now. What you asked, Mr. Alabama, sir?
Again, whatever this, I don't know what the hell this is supposed to be back and forth. The question that I asked was, is a scientific approach, not just your intentions with your presentations and trying to get science as a part of the discussion, specific to the American known as the Negro. That's just my spin on it, Madam Chair. The Negro is a scientific creation, just as Frankenstein's monster, for example, is not in the literature and in the legend, the belief through their science that they could reanimate dead tissue. Isn't that the whole mythology of Frankenstein's story? Right?
Yeah, I guess we're talking about to make some in their image, you saying?
Okay, so animate inanimated, basically corpse, dead flesh in the image of man. The ego of man is the science. I'm using this as an analogy here, okay? So if such a thing could be done, can the American, which I keep stressing, because there is only one, the American has been made into a concoction called the Negro, like Frankenstein's monster. You follow what I'm saying now?
No, nigga, we ain't been made to nothing. We've been relabeled as a nigga. We still a nigga. The hell you talking about, nigga?
Did you understand what I just laid out, metamaterial?
Yeah, but what is Mr. Family trying to say? What he meant? What he's saying that we've been relabeled? I think he might be saying what you're saying though.
No, because he's not listening to what I'm saying. So let me say it
we're
one more time
like
for you, because he's just being argumentative. I'm saying to you again, would you please, sir? Metamaterial, as I'm specifically stating to you, the science presenter, that the Negro is created literally in what we call indoctrination, curriculum K through 12, and we have a book written by Carter G. Woodson that the Negro, by definition, is miseducated, not related or classified.
And that's
the actual Negro is created out of a process as a perpetual servant with a slave mentality like this fool. So this is what I'm saying to you, metamaterial, that the Negro is a creation. You understand what I'm saying now, metamaterial?
Oh, I think you're saying it re-innovated. Yeah, you saying it re-innovated innovation.
And the Negro has literally become a dead state of mind from the neck up, from a people known as the American, the Aboriginal copper-colored inhabitants of this land. Now, do you follow what I'm saying, metamaterial?
Yeah, so to compliment what you're saying, I told Sister Betty that it was a difference from the Renaissance era in Europe, where they taught their species mathematics, chemistry, different forms of engineering. And I was explaining to Sister Betty because she have a newspaper that come out, and I say, no, Sister Betty, you know what they gave niggas in America? They gave niggas the Harlem Renaissance. That was totally different. So the Harlem Renaissance actually made every nigga stupid, because the Harlem Renaissance is about acting, music, and artwork. Yeah, but the Renaissance that happened in Europe
they gave them mathematics, science, physics, and architecture and other types of forms of engineering. So that's what I'm trying to say. That Harlem Renaissance played a huge toll on waking up the Negroes, the niggas in America about what they can do. Because they were to get a Harlem Renaissance based upon applied science and physics and other type of fields, you have seen a huge different transition from the brothers and sisters from up north having that movement migrate down to the Midwest, all the way down to VA, all the way down to Florida, but they didn't. So they actually compliment what you're saying. They kind of innovated the Negro here. And
Now hold right
All right,
there.
I got a question too after that. Go ahead.
Well, but see, Bethy, because this is what the Harlem Renaissance was described as, actually advertised in the Negro press as the new Negro.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I brought it up.
But this being said, when you speak about, them dumbing us down as Negroes and the Renaissance era, are you saying to me that when they taught at the time when they taught the European, the physics, the science, the blah blah blah, that the Aboriginals over here that are already here from this soil had no knowledge on how our former ancestors that were here constructed these structures? You mean to tell me that
now,
when they came over here that they all they knew how to do was build these fake ass TPs that they show you on the news media and art? You mean to tell me that no Indian had knowledge of their former ancestors teaching them how to continue to build structures?
No, so
if you be let me hold on. Let me respond, and then you can have it. If we're being put into these Indian boarding schools that were called the Little Red Brick Schools on so-called plantations, which is a false narrative, and then being put into a kindergarten through 12 compulsory education system created in the teens.
You were lying. We were teachers. We were teaching them.
We are being devolved, being brought down, while the pale skins are being elevated up. If that's what you're asking. If that's what you're asking.
So who was elevating the pale skin? Was it our ancestors elevating them and keeping us down? Because it doesn't make any sense unless you're saying the Moors, they put the Moors in to keep us dumbed down as teachers, as when we see these brown teachers. But I thought they were training our grandma and grandpas to be teachers. So now I'm confused.
Well, let me give it, since you mentioned that, let me give you the two parallel tracks. The Talented 10th from W.E. Du Bois would continue on that level, which you already know is giving us boule and fraternity, sorority minded people, and they're going to have a control mechanism as gatekeepers over the majority that came out of the cast down your bucket, Booker T. Washington, right? Now, do you know at the same time they both traveled the country pointing out where the Negro Wall Streets were? And then in the decade of the Roaring Twenties, did those same communities get bombed, burned, flooded, and destroyed in the wake of these supposedly two different
Alabama? So would you admit that we got to kill?
That's why
you said we got niggas snitching, right? So don't we got to get rid of them?
That's why I'm asking, when you said W.E. Du Bois, Bamu, isn't that, you know what, Amor? Hello, Meta.
Well, you already know his genetics and his genealogy as a Huguenot. You already know that. But what I'm saying to you, I'm showing you here going both at the same time, creating the Negro mindset. You understand what I'm saying, sister? There was two tiers to the Negro mindset. Yeah. There was the laborer out in the field, nigga, as Malcolm said. And then the house Negro going into the university structure to continue to then still prop up the existing system of feeding off of the American known as the Negro.
Let me see how much information you got in your brain, old man. Back in the day, right? Back in the day, right? You know, like a third grade, fourth grade education was equivalent right now to a college degree. Did you know that?
Who are you suggesting taught these third grade level people? Because I will tell you two examples. I will tell you two examples. Elijah Poole Bay who has become known as the messenger.
I said answer my. I ain't asking
The
for the
Nation of Islam had a 3rd grade level education, if that's what you're talking.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about what they taught people back in the day at the age
Again,
of
who is
3rd grade,
they
4th
that
grade,
you're
which is
talking about
equivalent to what you're getting taught
teaching?
right now.
Hold on, young brother. You're still not listening. Who is they you're talking about teaching who what?
I asked you, did you know about that or not?
No, I know exactly what you're suggesting. I'm asking
Then
you,
speak
who the
on it,
hell are you
nigga.
talking about? Because see, you keep coming up with this false premise and just want to be argumentative instead of actually deal with the facts. We did not have these whomever foreign intervention in our midst.
All right, man. You got it, man. You the man with the sauce.
Next.
Come on, man. All you smart ass niggas, don't get quiet now. I got my notebook out.
All right, y'all got it. I'm taking my notes. You. Anybody could get it at this point.
Everybody gonna get it at some point.
Okay, I'm gonna bring it back. Okay, prior to the European invasion, aka invasive species, there were structures already here. Really, really, really sophisticated structures. The unbelievable looking structures. And I'm talking in the 14th, 13th, 14th, 15th centuries. What my question is, the Aboriginals were here and they were not at war at this point with the invasive species. Did they kill out or white out our educated ancestors who had the knowledge of building those structures, or were those structures even here prior to the 10th, 11th, prior to the arrival of the invasive species, meaning prior to the 1100s?
Yeah,
Those
it was already
structures were here. Okay,
only
so
thing they did was add on to, what we already got. You know what I mean? Now, whether we built that whole shit back in the day, I don't know. But I know, personally, my family, I know some real skillful niggas. You know, they can build a whole house. You know what I mean? They can do a whole lot of shit. So
no, I get that. I get that. I'm just trying to I know for a fact that if those structures were here before the Moors even came here, like Meta was showing,
I think that's just a mentality. Like all
why
that Moor
isn't huh?
I think that Moor shit is like a mentality. Maybe they are invaders.
I don't think it's a mentality. I believe there are actual beings that do exist, and I don't believe that. How are they claiming?
They could have dealt with them niggas. They did the G money.
What's confusing me is how do they claim to have built those structures when the structures were here before they came? And there I just don't have enough proof to say that these Moors that came here claiming to have built these structures here have any proof of them being here in the beginning anyway. That's what's throwing me off. I'm like, okay, you can say you came here, but I don't see how you can say you was already here and then you came back. I don't know. I'm just not buying it.
Logic,
so
right?
what you're saying, is our Aboriginal you're saying our original ancestors here was just dumb and lived in
they try to make us like
which
Africans,
I think is bullshit, and I'm not buying it, man. I'm not buying it.
I don't either. I think niggas is more.
This is why I'm really. This is why I'm really.
The Moors know too much about the law, right? So they could have deal with them niggas. They know too much about.
Well, this is why I'm so connected with what he's saying when he says that our ancestors got the fuck up out of here to get away from all the invasive shit that they put here when they came. So I don't know. I'm just not feeling it.
You know, niggas don't even leave they hood. They get banged on all day. You know, we ain't going nowhere. We ain't never went nowhere.
I don't know. Your thoughts, Smoke. Your thoughts, Meta. I don't know.
Who's alluding to that possibility?
Huh?
Who's alluding to the possibility that niggas was just sitting around here?
Well, that's what they said. This is what they're saying, Smoke, when you're saying, when the Moors are saying they built the shit and the buildings were here before they even got here. So now when you tell them that the buildings were here before they got here, now they ask us saying, oh, that's because we came back. I'm like, nah, Monty Grip, So
I thought the Moors are saying that they've always been here.
No, they're saying that they came back, that they were the same people who came back. And I'm like, no, that's bull crap.
Shipped off and then came back with the motherfucking invader.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why this is what I'm having a hard. That's what I'm having a hard time believing. That's why I really am gearing towards what Meta said. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Smoke.
Let me get my little thought off. Are you saying that the Moors are saying they built the shit, left, went and started building other shit, other places, then came back? I'm just saying, when they came back, was it different people here than them? What the fuck are the Moors saying? Hey, we need a Moor up here. Come on, we need a Moor. What's going on? This story not adding up by any means. Did all the Moors leave? Did all the Moors come back? What's going on?
That his story? Is that
What's
the Moor
going on?
story? His story?
I don't know. The Moor story seems to change every time it's being questioned. Let me get
It's
a Moor.
convenient.
Let me holler at him. Can I get a Moor? Any of you niggas up here Moors? I just got some questions. That's it.
They run when you try to splice it. Meta, are you there?
Yeah.
Well, I'm saying if you could explain how you told us, which you brought to us, that the structures were already here.
I'll tell you what I showed on a few presentations ago. I was showing the timeline. It's probably why you want there's no more that kind of even came up to debate on that channel of different things I showed. So when I showed Charles IV came over and assassinated, and they took the life of the last emperor ruler of the Inca, you're dealing with the 16th century. So I was showing that when they came over here, why would they have came over here during that time, and then come back over and say that we built these structures, but this is the time they came over here very deep. I was letting y'all know that that's geopolymer. Geopolymer is not really so much stone. There's the one who coined the term geopolymer. It's a Caucasian physician, probably about 7 years old at Berkeley University, and he the one that coined that term called geopolymer. So these stones that we're seeing all around the world, it's not just America. They find out that these stones are comprised of different elements. It's not just a stone that was cut out of a mountainside or something. They actually constructed this, and so they're finding out saying that if Charles V came over with his Catholic crew, and when they came over in the 16th century, why would he come and make a stop at the Mesoamerica? But then all these buildings are already up that he should have been aware of in America and other places, not just America. There's plenty of other places that had the expo, the Fair Expo, that shows all these mega monoliths. So an example is your Washington, D.C., the monument y'all see. I mean, the Continental, that huge building in D.C. called the Continental, that was already there. So there was a whole bunch of these type of pictures that I showed that were already in America. So why would they come over here and invade if they had already built them structures? So we have the data showing that it's them niggas going in and out them.
Hey, you know what the Moors did? You know how a nigga bring like a white boy to the hood, and we know this nigga the police, right? And you like, nigga, this nigga cool. That's what the motherfucking Moors did, man.
Yeah, because that's what I was trying to say. So the thunder, them niggas going in and out them volcanoes, they will have way more of a testimony because you're dealing with what's called geopolymer. And geopolymer is not really just a stone that you melt or cut. Whether you use frequency to levitate the stone, what you have to do is called cancel the EM field, and to find what's called, I went on a video called the Q factor and the Bernoulli zone. And these are lattice structures of the crystal. And the Bernoulli zone is where the electrons sit closest to all the other lattices in the crystal. If you can find the exact resonance to that, you can make that object suspend its own weight. When the videos ago, I showed y'all the exact frequency for hydrogen or granite stone and stuff like that. So that's how to make these things move. Okay, we learned we can get how to make the stone move, but they looked and investigated what the stones or the buildings were made out of. It's not made out of just stone. It's made out of what's called geopolymer. And geopolymer is a collection of a bunch of different chemicals and stones mixed together in a melting pot. And then they made that because they found these stones in Pumapunku and stones over there in America, they're magnetic. But you don't normally find a highly magnetic rock. So then that's what they investigated and found out, no, it's geopolymer. They made the rock with their own elements and stuff like that. So for me to say that, you know, the Moors or the Mesokaryotics came over here, built that, went back and came back, that's highly unlogical. But we go with the stories of the war versus the Borgs and them niggas who just got it on here. Well, that's why I shout all the data of the deuterium. The deuterium had to have come from a radiation fallout, which means that we had real deal bombs over Baghdad over here. We had there was a real war taking place over here. So you see the deuterium in all the plants, you see the deuterium in all the water. We also have
on our body. On our bodies
in the
too.
body. Yeah. So we will have to ask those that were participated in that scenario as to can y'all give us some answers to who built these structures? Because
hey, look, call them politicians. They're no traitors.
Yeah. So that's why I'm saying
I actually used to be a proclaiming Moor. I might possibly be able to answer some of y'all questions.
So you agree that's a religion? How you used to be something, nigga?
What do you mean?
You had a
used to be a gangbanger, and I'm not no more.
Okay, so it's a description, right?
You say it's what?
No, it's not a description. Those are actual factual
description.
group. Those are
Mic
actual
check,
factual group of people, as far as I'm concerned. And
Yeah,
to
so-
prove me wrong, it's not a description.
It depends on like the context in which you're talking about, right? When you're talking about Moors as we know today, the Moors that you know today come from Noble Drew Ali. If you're talking about the classic Moors, there has never been a unified group of people called Moors ever in history. Now, people from the outside have called those people Moors, but those indigenous people who were Moors never called themselves Moors.
Okay, well, I went to Dunkin' Donuts drive-through, and there's actually a guy, cute guy from Morocco, and he said, "I'm a Moor." So, how you answer that? Because they do claim to be Moors.
All of those Islamic people are into pan-Islamicism. They're into making everything Islamic. They're into making everything Moorish. And if you follow the narrative, especially when you're dealing with some of the American Moors, they'll tell you that they're here to profess the religion
American
of Ali.
Moors. So it's different kind of Moors then?
Come on, man. Let the man finish what he was saying, bro. Go ahead, bro.
No, I was just saying, if you ask Moors today, they will tell you that their whole agenda is to spread and push the religion of Ali.
So you saying Moors
again? No. He done now.
Come on, man. I'm the one that asked for the Moor to come up here, bro. Y'all gonna box me out the conversation? That's how y'all gonna do it? None of you niggas asked for no more, bro. Let me get mine in, my nigga. Yeah, hold yourself, nigga. Hold yourself together. What going on? You niggas tripping. Oh, I didn't mean to cuss. Hey, bro. So the Moors you speaking of now that you say have their foundation with Noble Drew Ali, are you saying that is y'all's origin point as far as that ideology goes?
Yeah, like as far as the ideology of Moorish science goes, that goes back to Noble Drew Ali. Prior to Noble Drew Ali, there was no such thing as Moorish science.
And you also say there was no such thing as a Moorish demographic, just people loosely being called Moors.
Moor. The name and title Moor is an exonym. It's a misnomer. It's a label that was placed upon our people, just like Negro, black, colored, niggas, African, so on and so forth. Those are just labels that your oppressors and the colonizers put on you.
I have to disagree with that, but y'all got it.
So if someone calling themselves a Moor today, it would be based on it would be based on them understanding that Moors actually did exist as a demographic sometime in antiquity. Were you saying that would be a false claim? Is that what you're saying, bro?
I'm saying that the word Moor is an exonym and a misnomer. It's a label that was placed on them by outsiders. The Romans called them that. The English called them that. The French called them that. They never called themselves Moors. They went by tribal designations.
Wait a minute.
I respect
Tuareg, Riffraff, Riffians, different Wolof. There's different Berber names, tribal Berber names that these people actually had and that they went by. You know what I'm saying? Moors was not one of them.
Hey, bro,
I have to respectfully disagree, because the very people you named that called them Moors are Moors themselves. But y'all got it.
Yeah, because you just said the French and British, bro. Those are Sephardic Jews, aka also known as Protestants, aka known as crypto Jews. The list goes on and on. So when you just said the French, I hope you didn't put a Caucasian skin tone on that.
Well, again, I'm not talking I'm not talking about color. I'm talking about the fact that it's a misnomer that was placed upon them.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. You said more.
When you go do the research, you're going to find out that the term Moor is rooted in classic Greek and classic Latin. You're going to see that. You know what I'm saying? And it means dark. That's what it means. It means dark in relation to those people.
Okay, we get that. But when you just said the French or the British, you're talking about Sephardic Jews.
And they were dark.
And they were dark, bro.
I got it.
That's assuming that everybody that was in Gaul, which is the name of France before it was called France, that's assuming that all of those people are Sephardic Jews.
No, bro. Sephardic Jews, crypto Jews, Protestants, the list goes on and on. No, brother. 14, 13, 1500, bro. Them all niggas, bro. It's no assuming with the Caucasian.
Can we admit Sephardic means spy?
I mean, I'm going to say that just because there was Sephardic Jews in Southern Europe doesn't mean everyone in Europe was Sephardic.
Yeah, but you're not saying that they was niggas neither. You just declassified.
Yeah, I'm not saying that they was niggas. There was no such people called niggas then.
The Naga term has been utilized for a long time.
Stop playing. Are you trying to be technical and shit, nigga? You know what's going on.
You have when you
bro, you know what's going on, bro.
You have to
like
be
you
very
fighting for them right now.
If you dealing with people cultures and their names, you have to be very specific, or else you tend to offend people. Like
that nigga sound like he's sweating right now, nigga.
Like,
You're right.
Say for instance, when you're dealing with Moors, right, and they'll bring up Saint Maurice. They'll tell you that Saint Maurice was a Moor, but then when you go do further study, you find out he's Theban. He's from Egypt. He's Theban.
You was a motherfucking lie, because I only know one nigga on the earth called Maurice, and he's a nigga.
Well, just because your name Maurice don't mean you're a Moor. My last name is Brown. That don't make me German.
Yeah, dude, that's what the name.
Why would Brown be German, fool?
That's what I'm saying.
Brown is German.
Yeah, but the term that you utilize for the name,
the name that you utilize. Hold on, what's black then? If Brown is German, what's black?
It's English.
Wait a minute,
English. You a dumb nigga, man.
Yeah, bro, we gotta start this convo.
Yeah,
this ain't
again, brother. I haven't called anybody on.
Let's not do the name calling. No name calling. No
I
name
haven't called
calling.
anybody ignorant.
He sure has not.
I just don't demonstrate like that.
He did not call anybody any low degrading.
You know
if you
my
say
problem.
low degrading,
the ad homs.
no degrading names, I'm going to put you in the back until you understand that we don't need to call each other degrading names. This is dialogue.
All right. Sister Beth, what he was saying, the boy that just was taken off, what he is saying that how can the brother say something about this name came from here, but this is a Christian name, or this name came from English? He is failing to understand that is English is still in the same territory from Spain, from Austria, what are Sephardic Jews, Black European coat of arms, brother. The English term is still in that sector. You have to connect all that together to take responsibility.
Well, I think that that's a bit of a fallacy to say that all of these people are the same because they geographically live in a
What is fallacy for the crowd? What does
unbroken
fallacy mean,
stretch of
brother
land.
man?
Because from Africa to Asia is all
You
unbroken.
just talking.
From
You
Asia to
African.
Europe is all unbroken. So, I mean, does that mean that everybody within those geographical locations are all the same people?
Hey, so that what we saying is you said English, bro, but the English term is from a specific designation, area, and a timeline. That's what we're saying.
I'm saying that when you use the word more, when you're talking about European people, it descends from a particular groups, Greeks, Romans. When you go into German, the German language, more means death. It means to tie. It means to tie off something. More is also in
But
relation.
they're all dark. They're all dark.
Black
They're
means
all
death.
dark. They're all black though. When you all the
Yeah,
people
yeah.
you're talking about were black niggas. They was black
and
niggas. The
ones
Germans,
that
the
are called
English,
black
the
are called
Italians,
blackamoors,
the French.
blackamoors.
All
Let me
of them were dark.
All of them was
And
dark, bro.
short. They was
in
not
relation to
what we
Europeans.
see
That's
today.
why they call it. That's why they call them the Moors because they're dark.
Okay, so they came from over there. They didn't come from here.
You don't know what's going on.
Yeah,
They didn't come. They're all Moors. They're all from over there.
Okay, so I'm saying, are we all niggas? Are we all Negroes?
You was not a nigga.
Okay, so but they call us that though, right?
Ain't no we,
Yes.
nigga. You was not
Yes.
us.
Yes, they did. They did identify us as Negroes, but
yes, they did.
Negroes and
Negro
Moors
is
is
just
not
black in
okay.
Spanish,
It's
right?
not one and same with Moor. It's not.
Right. So
It's not.
the problem comes with
They
the
call the people over here the Negroes. Okay, it's not one and the same as Moor.
The problem is the connotation on the word black or Negro or more is the connotation on it. When you say black,
When we
most
say
people-
Negro, we're speaking in Spanish. Okay,
yeah, but
that means
Negro,
black.
Negro is
Okay,
just Spanish for black though. And so when I go
right,
into English,
right. So now you know it's different from Moor.
no, it's not because
It
more
is.
also,
It is.
more
We are
also
not the
means
same
dark.
people. We are not the same people. I'm not standing on that, and you have no proof of that. I have proof. I know I am not that. I'm not more.
More just
Nope.
more literally means dark.
Nope.
So
I don't
when
care
you
what
talk-
it means. It also applies to a specific people that brought their funky asses over here, and they still
Hold
here.
on. What if you light skinned, nigga? So you're not a Moor?
No, and that's
They are. They're light skinned too. They're actually your current. They're your current government. They're your current government.
There's a couple of things happening at the same time, right?
Buck a Britannica dictionary. I don't care.
When you
Do
talk
not
about wars,
humiliate me calling me no more. I'm not no more.
okay, yeah, I don't claim it.
And it's not.
claim it
It's
no more
not.
either.
It's not a descriptive term. It's a humiliating term, and I am not that. They came over here, invaded, and did all this shit that they're doing today. Them and this government, and they're still doing it.
Man,
I don't know how true that is.
What
And
if
the
white
reason
come
why
from?
I
Does
say
white
that
come
is
from
Well,
England
you know
too?
how true it is, because if you ain't got no power right now, you know it's true.
Does
You
white
will.
come
Just
from
think-
England?
because the reason why you don't have power in your own land, just think more. That's all you got to do.
Well, that's what
You'll
I'm
wake
saying.
up to it one day.
In the time of the colonization of the
And
United
the
States.
limitation
let me
on
ask
your
you a question.
and
Where do
and the
white come
limitation
from?
When
and
it
the
comes to the
limitation
colonization of
and the
America
limit
or the
and the
United States,
limitation on your
there was
education
no group
level
of people
when
called
you
Moors.
when you see the limitation on your education level, think more. Just like they didn't want you to see that other formula you could pop in there. Think more. There it is.
Yeah, so when they talk about Moors, there's two things happening. You have one that literally, and we're talking about connotation. We're not talking about denotation. We're talking about connotation. In one sense, it's talking about something dark. It's something in dark in relation to something else. And in other terms, they're talking about being Muslim, something outside of being Christian or Catholic or something of that nature. So they would have called Jews Moors too. They would have
Brother,
called Jews Moors too
the
because
Christians and the Catholics are the Moors, is what I'm trying to tell you.
Never
That's
mind.
who they are. They came over here to teach
I'm saying
that Bible.
the
That's
Moors
Christianity.
are
I don't care how you slice it.
the Moors are classically Islamic people.
Well, the ones that came over here from King James, they asses is Christian and they run under the Pope.
What
Go
you mean,
out.
King James?
King James Version Bible speaking, shouting, tight pants wearing niggas in the church is Moors.
Oh,
Masons. Moors, Masons, call them what you want.
No, that's
They
not
shout.
all the
That's
same.
the difference between Pookie and a Moor. Moors will get up there and shout and praise the Lord, shout with their little tight pants. Pookie ain't doing it.
I think that's a harsh generalization.
I don't think it's a harsh generalization. It's facts. Look at the position you're in. You're in the position you are in life, period, because of Moors. You can't make no move.
I agree.
I'm done. Y'all got it.
I agree with Nanya. Nanya says more is a mindset, right? And with that particular mindset, just the mindset of a Moor is to travel around nomadically, however, by whichever means, advanced or not advanced, and to identify or usurp the identities of the people who they encounter. That's what I think the mindset of a Moor is. That's why it's so hard to pin one of these individuals down. But y'all got it.
My thing is this, right?
I don't
So
think
when
it's
you
hard
talk
to pin
about
him down.
Moors
You,
in the classical sense-
Laura, hold up. You're not going to sweat the mic like that because it's like
go
8
ahead.
people up here. But I agree with her in truth and half truth. But what's left out is there a particular group of people, and they ain't our people.
Yeah,
they are brought
So,
over here
Sister
to
Bessie-
do those things and create those mindsets. But
yeah,
y'all
because
got it.
we don't have a
Mic check. Mic
so
check.
we have what's called real quick, Alabama. What I'm trying to the first video Miss Laurel missed a couple of videos ago, I got us out the genetics and the genes that explain some of the things what Moors do. The VMAT2 gene, religious gene found by geneticist Gene Dean. And so there's genes that were inserted to the domestic eukaryotic, which are the Moors eukaryotics, and those that don't have those genes. So we have the Moors, like Laurel said, were practicing Judaism, Muslim, and Christianity, Catholic. Those are new synthetic religions. They just came about before the Renaissance era. Okay, if you are subscribing to religion and y'all are willing to die behind it and go behind it, that can mean you have the VMAT2 receptor. That means you're religious. You don't have a choice but to choose a religion. And so what we're seeing is the Crusader Wars. So the Moors going to say, yeah, we had to escape the Catholics, so we went to South America, to Portugal. We had to set up shop in other places. Yeah, but y'all wasn't going to war over mathematics, physics, inventions, technology, and science. Y'all niggas was killing each other over a belief system. That's the VMAT2 receptor gene that they inserted in front of y'all. Because how come we don't have any dark-skinned Sephardic Jews, the Moors, the Protestants, you name it? How come they have not? How come they have not? How come, hey, real quick, I'm almost off. How come we don't have any resources or receipts that y'all did not kill no Caucasians in America? I showed this video 2 ago, the Rothschilds, Mayor Amschel Rothschild. Everybody heard about the Rothschild family. You looking at Mayor Amschel Rothschild in the mid 1700s. Yeah, but the mid 1700s, I showed y'all the dark-skinned Charles V was in charge. So how come the Caucasians got a pass in the same place the Moors are navigating in, but they get on a boat to come? Like, make this make sense.
You dropped out, man. Material.
You gotta go back, bro. You gotta go back.
Okay, so what I'm saying is,
you saying they was giving the white folks a pass, and then you broke up. Go back.
I'm sorry. So what I said is, I made a few videos going in to show that I was speaking about this is called genetics, and I was getting inside the different genes expressions that non-domestic have versus domestic eukaryotics. And so these genes, if they're inserted, you have no choice but to respond. There's these little light signals called rhodopsins. This is inside genetics. You start to learn about rhodopsin. This is another field of physics in microcell biology. These rhodopsins respond to light, red, blue, green, yellow. So they can put what's called a fluorescence molecule in the body, so they can find different illnesses, cancers in the body. Rhodopsin is a study that's showing that your molecules respond to specific colors and color wavelengths. If
hold on, bro. You losing me with all the jargon. Go back to the white folks getting past. Go back to where the white folks is getting the past.
I want to hear that shit.
Okay, what I was saying is not to lose anybody. I was trying to say the genes that they inserted inside the domestic eukaryotics. I was getting inside the genes that the Sephardic Jews and the Protestants, the crypto Jews, they have plenty names.
Are you saying that humanity had gene manipulation back in the 1600s?
So that's why I made a big presentation that we are not all the same, because we have what's called wild animals and we got called domestic gene edited animals. We have what's called wild grains, which like the farro is a wild grain, but then we have what's called domestic eukaryotic gene edited genes. Oatmeal, y'all eat oatmeal. If you're going to give that same respect to the plant life and the wildlife, you have to give that same respect. There's such thing as wild niggas, we call prokaryotic genetics, and then we got those that were just gene edited by them boards. You have to get the same wild respect to non-wild. We are not all no humans.
And that would be the confused niggas, right?
Yeah, because now we're trying to get inside. How did the Moors?
If we all not humans, then what are they, and how are they able to reproduce with other humans?
Ain't no we. What you do? We shit, nigga.
The reason you keep saying we because that's coming from what we label as what's called invasive species. The invasive species is very well known domestic eukaryotic. They are genetically modified. They come on your land. They spread diseases and cancers, and they try to take your natural resources before they go extinct. We are not the same.
Are you saying that the science of genetics was apparent and in application in the 15th and 16th century? That's what you're saying.
The lectures I was giving is not that the Moors were hands-on with genetic splicing. I was introducing a higher level of those called the Borgs, who is the reason that all this is even happening. So that I got inside the chemistry of that ozone layer. It is not natural. That ozone layer is 20% left remaining, triple bond oxygen, and is only there to reflect and refract the UV spectrum from UVC. Also the VUV, called the vacuum UV, you probably never heard about, that is now penetrating the surface. They did not put that ozone layer up for no real niggas. They put that ozone layer up because once they created the coat of arms families, the black Moors, the Moors are the foot soldiers, the black coat of arms, you don't even catch them with guns. They have a scepter. They're using scalar interferometry laser weaponry. There we go at scalar interferometry. Then they came out the pale skin in the late 1300s. I showed resources of the wild man. They didn't. The wild man was the Caucasian man.
That's one of sheiks and stuff from Collinsville. I'm mistaken, Collinsville, Illinois. Peace, God.
Hold on, bro. You said that you don't think they was into genetics in the 1500s, bro?
No. They didn't have the Europeans did not have capabilities of genetic splicing or anything of that nature in the 1600s.
Oh, you talking about the Europeans? Okay, I thought you were just talking about.
No one on Earth. No one on Earth did.
Come on, bro. You a little bit too naive.
Hey, bro, you ever seen the moon map? Hey, Lorel, you ever seen the moon map?
You talking about a map of the surface of the moon?
No. The reflection off the moon showing you land you never seen before. I showed a video a few videos ago, so you have to go back in her lecture unless she, because
can you pull it up?
Okay,
you can pull it up if you want. Holiday, the link is at the top.
So, Sister Bethy, this interesting genetic discussion here, which I
consider
find very amusing. Bro, come on, man. Hey, we didn't interrupt
for
you.
the family, you know what? I'm going to leave you back there for a little while because you keep jumping in the conversation. Leave the goddamn liquor alone. Fuck. Why can't niggas have a decent conversation?
He do that everywhere he goes, Sister B. You gotta leave him.
I like him. I like him. He asks great questions, but nigga, when somebody talking, shut the fuck up. I want to hear this. I'm taking notes, and it's not easy.
And that's why I wanted
I'm sorry, y'all.
No, Sister Beth. This is your house. We're supposed to respect the host.
I'm just trying to take notes. This shit is very exciting to me, and I'm just taking notes. I don't care how the conversation go. I'm just taking notes. So
well, that's why I wanted to bring. I wanted to bring an interesting point about the genetics that pan goofies in particular the ones that are, whether they are domesticated, invasive species or not, they seem to be directed by a agenda that the Zionists actually control. Most of the genetic companies are owned by Germans and under Israeli control. The state of Israel will not allow genetic material to be tested. You're aware of that fact, right, Sister Beth?
Yes.
So it's very interesting. Mhm.
Yes, so far, from what
Yeah,
I'm
so
looking,
far.
I mean, I
Did you
saw
hear
the
the
Canada
latest?
app, and the Asian lady answered the phone. But go ahead.
But did you hear the story about the prime minister's son blew that all out of the water by, I guess, maybe a prank or a joke, actually got himself tested, revealing the fact that Benjamin Netanyahu is Polish, and at the same time refused military service, which is required of all Israeli citizens. So the interesting thing about any of this genetic discussion is going to circle back. Whether you agree with metamaterial or not is not the point for me. Is that the types of ideas that he's pointing out is being revealed under our nose right now. The fact that they will not let themselves be put under scrutiny, the fact that they control the genetic material of others through 23andMe, Ancestry.com, etc., and all these other, there are other genetic companies, because I'm sure you know the vast majority of law enforcement uses genetic material supposedly to prove, and there's many an innocent person that's not been proven to have committed a crime after being incarcerated.
Yes.
But who is in control of all these genetic species investigations?
Well, let's take a look at this. Hang on.
Oh, I had a map up, sister.
I'm gonna show it in 1 second, honey. I just want
Okay.
them to see who's in control of the goddamn genetics. Here we go.
This morning, the FDA appears ready to greenlight the first treatment using gene editing. If approved, it would target sickle cell disease, which affects about 100,000 people in the U.S., many of whom are Black. Few treatments are available at this point, so this has the potential to be a game changer. CNN's Meg Terrell joins us now. Meg, you spoke to a young patient. He was one of the first people in the world to have his genes actually edited, which sounds terrifying, but could be a tremendous breakthrough. Why?
No, absolutely. I mean, he put it that way as well, and it'll be so exciting for everybody to get to hear from him. This is a huge moment in science and also in medicine, because CRISPR itself, this gene editing tool, was really only discovered almost a decade ago. It won the Nobel Prize in 2020, and sickle cell itself has also been a neglected disease in the pharmaceutical industry. So this is a huge moment on multiple fronts. Check it out.
2 years ago, it was hard to imagine 15-year-old Johnny Lubin doing this for very long. Born with sickle cell disease, an inherited disorder affecting the red blood cells, Johnny has been in and out of the hospital his entire life, dealing with bouts of extreme pain and other serious complications.
It was kind of hard for me to do things like have fun and stuff, because I'd always have to be worried about if I'd have a pain crisis or not. It would mostly be in my back, like my lower back, and it'd always be really a pounding pain in my back. So it hurt a lot.
How long would they last?
Sometimes days.
Until now, the only hope for a cure for the estimated 100,000 people in the U.S. with the disease has been a bone marrow transplant. But like more than 80% of patients with sickle cell, Johnny couldn't find a donor.
We were desperate. At that point, we were like, okay, what's going to be next? We thought that we were going to lose them.
So Johnny and his family decided to try something that's almost never been done before.
I was worrying that I might be get superpowers or
As part of a clinical trial for a completely new kind of treatment, Johnny is now one of the first people in the world to have his genes edited using CRISPR to treat his disease.
And I'm like, wow, that's pretty cool.
And scary.
And freaky.
You feel like a medical pioneer?
I don't know. I feel like a guinea pig.
Exactly.
In sickle cell, a genetic mutation causes red blood cells, which carry oxygen around the body, to be misshapen, like crescents or sickles. They can get stuck in the blood vessels, causing severe pain and decreased oxygen to organs. CRISPR allows you to make a precise cut in DNA. In this case, cells are removed from the body and edited to turn on production of a different form of the oxygen-carrying protein hemoglobin, a type we have when we're babies. Explain explains Johnny's doctor, Monica Bhatia. Then the edited cells are returned to the patient.
So in essence, it's a fetal hemoglobin induction process.
And that's good enough?
Fetal hemoglobin, we know, has oxygen, a higher oxygen carrying capacity than adult hemoglobin or sickle hemoglobin. And so, yes, it is more than good enough.
And so far, it has been good enough. 29 out of 30 patients, including Johnny, met the trial's goal, being free from having a pain crisis for at least a year after treatment. How long has it been?
2 years.
Now, Johnny and his family celebrate his treatment day as his second birthday.
October 4th is when I got the infusion. So basically I got the whole new dose of cells and stuff.
And while Johnny didn't turn into a superhero, what he got might be even better.
I'm starting to teach him how to drive, so that's another things to worry about. So yeah, so we're stepping into the regular worrisome of raising a teenager.
The chance to be a regular kid.
He's a clown. My baby's a clown.
Yes, I am. Yeah.
So you guys heard there's been 2 years since he's had a pain crisis. They don't know how long this is going to last. The hope is that it's lifelong. But, you have to get the cells removed from your body. They're edited and then returned. That comes with a lot of complications. Chemotherapy, you have to stay in the hospital for a month. So there are risks to that. This also could be very expensive, maybe $2 million per treatment. So there are questions about how widely it'll be used, but it is expected to get approved today and it'll be a huge medical.
Thank you for that, Sister
And
Bethany.
if
What was
you
the name of the
think
company? What was the
Africans had
name
a
of the
spell to
company
a
in that
nigga.
story, Beth?
Oh, I don't know the name, but I'll put the link in the chat so everybody could have it. But if
There's
you
two quick
sit
points
here,
about that before he goes back to it. There's 2 quick points, Beth.
I just want to
They
say,
all
I just want to say this. If you think genetic testing and that genetic tool has been only used for a decade, then you're indoctrinated and you're left behind. That's all I'm saying, but y'all got it.
That is
Don't
true.
that
But
sound
here's
very
the only two.
familiar
Hold
to
on, bro.
experiment?
The only 2 points that I wanted to make was the presumption of sickle cell being attached to the American known as the Negro, suggesting we have African genetic ancestry. Please pay close attention to that, because this is a continuation of trying to rope us into being a slave in perpetuity. The other point, too, again, these small hats, so-called Ashkenazim, they have that genetic cell trait. Did you know that, Queen Mother? They also suffer as a specific group of the so-called European category of people are suffering with sickle cell trait, but they're never
based on
put
their
forward.
because they were testing. How long have they been testing subjects up until this day? This is why they have it. So tell me, don't even sit there and think. This is why I can't stress enough to you. Don't leave out that damn imaginary equation. Don't leave it out. Don't go outside the box. That's bullshit if they're telling you that this has only been going on for 10 years. Oh, no. Oh, no. But y'all got it. Oh, go ahead, Meta, if you're sharing. Meta, I think you want to share.
I think they meant that they only been doing gene editing on humans, replacing bad genes with edited genes.
And if you think that's true, then you are indoctrinated. Ain't nothing new under the sun. If they've been playing them too now,
manipulation, I know they've been doing that for several decades.
they've been doing gene stuff for time memorial. But go ahead, you got it, Meta Material with the moon. They're
Okay,
lying.
here, this let me show our brother real quick. Here go to let me share screen real quick, because he still think this the only world, this the only space that you have. And so that's why I'm trying to introduce him to non-mainstream physics, science, or any type of engineering. That's what Sister Thunder even invited me to be a host on the show, so we can give some stuff that's not mainstream. So here it goes, Sister Betty, right here, if you can see my screen.
I see it.
Okay, I'm gonna play it real quick so y'all can see it. So let me show you. When you say the world at the time, I don't know, the space you talking about is all they only showed you. This right here is gonna say, and the reason why you can see this on every full moon is because this is a xenon plasma X-ray projector. This is what all of us at right over here. So we in this little part called North America. Here go Africa, here go Australia, here go Asia, here go Europe. you have never seen or ventured to anything over here. And also on the other side of the moon map, we have lands well up under here. So this is why your government ain't no such thing as Antarctica. This is why your government has Navy bases over here, over here, over here, and over here. Now, let me go back real quick. You see this piece of land right here? Pause. You see this little land I'm circling around? Y'all have never even been there. Now, this is Australia. This right here is China. Y'all have never been to this little place right here. They call this Lemuria. This right
Is this
here is
reflecting?
Yeah, it's reflecting. So because the moon is a plasma, it's not something you can walk on. That's how we know ain't nobody went no moon and walked no moon. This is a
Luminary.
plasma.
That's all it is. Huh?
Yeah, so this is a xenon plasma X-ray projector. And so this thing I'm circling right here, no one ever been here, but it looked like it's right across the street from China. But you can't get there because China military bases and the Navy base is going to stop you in the air and the water. So we have Australia where my arrow is at. We have China right here. We have South America at the bottom. We have North America. We swing all the way back around. We have Africa. There go Madagascar right there. So when you say nobody in the world had this, there's people everywhere. Not to mention caves and underground and underwater cities. So when I play this, it's very descriptive. This happened every full moon that you can see this.
Let me ask you something. This is just a question. Leave it up. Remember when those Asian people airplane disappeared and nobody could find it?
Yeah.
What direction was they going?
So you saying the Asian over Bermuda?
No, remember they was taking that flight
Malaysia.
and then they disappeared.
So the physics, the non-mainstream physics community is going crazy about that because they're saying that they showed the picture where it's going in and out of existence. So it's 3 little light orbs that was following this plane. And these light orbs are using Bose-Einstein constant physics. What it's doing is it's using plasma to have the same resonance as the plane. And they're trying to say that that plane just popped out and sent somewhere else because we can see the orbs circling around the plane. And
which way were they going? What direction was the plane attempting to go?
It looked like they was coming towards this. Let me click right here towards that Persian Sea. It looked like they was coming from. It looked like they was going somewhere over here.
So perhaps they're over there and they're lying and saying that they are all dead. That was a lot of damn people.
There was a lot of scientists on that plane.
Okay,
exactly.
I gotta be kind of skeptical towards it because it looked like that's just superimposed on top of those dark spots on the moon, which I'm not saying is wrong or right. I'm just saying critically when I look at it, that looks like it's been superimposed, and then they phased it. They phased it out to show you that they superimposed it. If you just rewind the video back,
bro, this is an old map. This not the original map. The old map.
That's fine. Can you share my screen, sis?
No, not yet. No.
I got a question.
This is not a debate channel. That's Bab's channel. So if you want to debate, go to Bab's channel. This is a discussion.
That's why I said that I'm not saying that it's wrong or right. I'm saying I'm just personally being critical. I don't know because I've never been on the moon. You know what I'm saying?
You don't have to be on the moon.
Oh, right. So, but we can't observe the moon, though, right?
Bro, you don't have to be on the moon to understand how X-ray xenon reflects.
I'm saying we can observe the moon, right?
Bro, we do not have to go on the moon to observe what you're looking at.
I said we can observe it, right?
You observing it right now through xenon.
Okay, so that's why I said I want to show a video of a rocket hitting the moon, and we all saw this.
Oh God, can we laugh at this? I'm gonna let him put this up so we can laugh. Go ahead.
Come on,
rocket
man.
hitting the moon.
Okay,
I know we could get our laugh on Meta. Leave yours up, Meta. Don't stop it.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead. We got to see this rocket hit it. Go ahead. You got it.
I want to ask a question too, Sister Betty, if I can.
Yeah, let's see this rocket hit the moon.
This was seen by millions of people around the world.
I know. There it is. Look at the rocket. Get your fucking laugh on.
Man, cut this video off, man.
You can laugh about that.
Stop this video, man.
And then there's this.
Laura.
Stop the video.
How you say?
Man.
How do you say your name? I want to pronounce it right.
It's Laurel, and then
Laurel, you.
So you will buy. So wait a minute. So Mr. Laurel will buy
hold
a rocket.
Hold on. Let me speak real quick. Okay. No. So share my screen.
Where's Brother Sanchez? Okay, wait.
Share my screen real quick.
You're not showing any more pictures. Go ahead. You made me stop Meta for that. Go ahead, Meta.
No. I'm
you need to. Come on.
I'm showing you the information behind what you just saw.
Bro, you just showed us why you don't.
I don't need to see that, bro. I'm sorry.
You just showed us why you don't want to believe me.
I'm not.
Mr. Laurel, you just showed us why you don't want to believe me, but you don't believe.
That's not what I said. I said I neither believe or disbelieve it. I said it's neither true nor untrue.
No, but Mr. Laurel,
I'm being critical.
But
I think I got the right to be critical about.
No, you do have the right.
I see that's clearly not a real picture.
But
when I clearly see Photoshop images superimposed on top of it.
No, bro, that is not. No. So, Mr. Laurel, I can show you the original moon map without any photos. Can be photoshopped. This is a real map. So when you said that there's nobody around but us on Earth, that's because you have consolidated yourself in this limited space.
I never said nothing like that.
Laurel, can you show that moon one more time?
That's doing genetic
splicing. No. I'm not gonna be the butt of a joke. I'm not gonna be the center.
No, I'm saying, can you show it one more time?
I'll show the evidence of what I was just showing.
All right, I'll find it. That shit was funny.
I'm not gonna be the butt of a joke.
I'm not trying to be the butt of a joke.
When y'all are rejecting the information behind it. The video is one thing, but the information behind it. Millions of people saw this happen. Millions.
Man, look.
And that's not the only video. I don't even know if that's the real video or not.
This is why we're saying that there's those that have genes that they don't have free will. It's hard to convert or get them data. So Mr. Laurel,
it says yes, a rocket hit March 2022, creating a double crater on the lunar surface. When on March 4th, 2022, a spent rocket boosted slammed into the far side of the moon, where the impact occurred near the Hertzsprung crater.
Okay, this is a classic. It's a classic, bro.
Man. So again, I'm saying that because you made the mention that the moon was made of plasma, and I'm saying that sure is acting like a solid body and not a body of plasma.
Man, you believe this right here? If somebody shows you
about belief,
yeah, it is belief. If you're gonna, that's real funny. So if you're gonna show this, Mr. Laurel, if Laurel gonna show this, and I'm trying to give him, because he said that ain't nobody else in the world. This conversation,
I never said there ain't anybody else in the world. Like where I said it, timestamp where I said that.
You said that there was nobody doing genetic splicing in the whole world.
16th century.
Yeah, but you forgetting about there's other land masses.
No, you're forgetting the 15th century part when you say that.
Has anybody been to another landmass?
The 15th century part that you talking about, bro, you are now saying that no one in the entire space that I just showed you that you're unaware of could have any type of science.
You mean alleged space because you ain't been there and ain't nobody been there to say like, hey,
but you know. Yeah, but what I'm saying is you're saying that all the space that you know of is from the globe that they showed you, that you can't walk on the globe, and then you're saying that you got this data that is only us based on the map. Huh?
So you subscribe to Flat Earth.
What I'm trying to tell you is, Mr. Laurel, and you're going to take home with your audience that can. No. I'm finna answer your question.
So you
finna take home with your audience is that me as a material scientist and condensed matter scientist and a physicist, bro, there is nobody that's going to replicate anybody walking on a ball, bro. There's no YouTube video of a scientist or a physicist that's that stupid to try to replicate anybody walking on a ball. That's not how it works. What I was saying is we are inside of an egg. I explained how the egg gives free dielectric properties. The circle and a 4-unit square abstracts energy from the inside out. These squares and the geometry of a square of a 4-unit square is equivalent to a 360. But when you elongate it to an egg shape, that's why we're figuring out why did nature choose the egg. We put what's called oscilloscope probes on the geometry of an egg. It could be made of wood.
you will see free dielectric charge being distributed. So what I'm saying is you sitting inside of an egg, but the plane that you're walking on, bruh, you cannot walk on the globe. This is why we don't have any
Hey,
physics involved
he's
in
so basic.
entertaining.
You can't even stand on a basketball. Like,
That's
come
what I'm
on,
trying to
man.
get you to understand, bro. We
No,
don't have
man.
any physics
So,
willing to
if
entertain
I
that.
if I can respond to that. So again, like I told you, I don't necessarily follow all the mainstream science.
But you're doing it.
No, I don't. Is you're jumping to conclusions when I talk. Is what you're doing.
Do you have self thought for self?
You're
Do
used
you have
to dealing with people that's going to be argumentative and things of that nature. Whereas I'm the type of person that will sit back and listen to what you're saying and analyze what you're saying.
That ain't what you've been doing, bro. The whole time you've been saying ain't no electrostatic field.
Which is the reason why the brother said, man, you're technical. That's the reason why he said that, because I'm sitting back analyzing.
You're not analyzing because I try to tell you that there's a such thing as electrostatic
again, like
versus EM field.
If you're going to discord with me just to argue back and forth with me, then that's exactly what it's going to turn into, is a debate.
Bro, you cannot admit to the audience that there's no electromagnetic field
me
only.
to share information, and then we're just sharing information. We're not debating it.
Bro, you cannot admit to your audience that I showed you that there's a difference from electrostatic from the EM field. You ain't told your audience that yet neither.
Brother, I just want to deal with the fact
it is.
That you're talking about that you cannot walk on a ball.
Bro, you sound mainstream, bro.
Brother, can you let me get the mic for a second?
Go ahead, my brother.
Again, when you're talking about what is holding us to the ground, what's holding us to the ground is charge. It's charge was creating the effect or the force of attraction and repulsion. Because your body is comprised of all of these different charges. The surface of your body, it has a different charge than the inside of your body. The different organs and the skin membranes, all of those have different charge variants throughout your entire body. The rubber on your shoes, everything has a negative.
That don't explain how to walk on the ball.
You're cutting me off, and that's how we're going to end up in a debate.
That don't explain, bro, how you walk on a ball.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, so you just don't want to hear nobody else's opinion or narrative. You don't want to hear nothing else. You just want.
Bro, you didn't even want to see a moon map. You didn't even want to see a moon map.
And that's the truth.
Bro, you didn't even want to see a moon map. What are you talking about? Hear what you got to say.
All right.
Man, that's what I'm saying. So,
that's all right.
I explained to the audience before that we don't have any condensed material scientists. We laugh at this stuff because, Sister Beth, between me and you and the audience that's watching, go on Google. I don't care if you go on any search engine, go on any YouTube and look for any physicist that's entertaining the thought that they're trying to replicate an experiment to say that you're walking on a ball. We all know that's impossible. But what so what I will say is you're sitting inside of a plasmic egg, because we have found the egg to be a free dielectric charge. And the dielectric charge is exactly what gives life. So when you put your feet on the ground, it's giving transient charge, aka dielectric charge. That tree outside lives a very, very long time, not because it's electromagnetic, but when you get into the properties of the tissue of the tree, it has very, very high dielectric. To prove this, I can get a piece of wood and no electric will go through it. What does this mean? It's very, very high dielectric. That's why it's safe to be around wood. So we don't have anybody in the scientific or the physics community to even entertain to try to replicate any experiment to prove that you could walk on a globe or a ball. It's impossible. But what we will say is, instead of you just walking on flat land, we will say you're inside of an egg itself.
I agree.
I got a question.
Sanchez kind of broke that down. And we're going to let Savage ask his question, and then we're leaving and taking a long break. And Meta and I will be back on at 7 p.m. tonight. We'll be back on at 7 p.m. Eastern tonight. That's 3 hours from now, 3.5 hours from now. So we'll be back on. Go ahead, Wild Savage.
Sisters, before you ask this question, let me just say one quick thing, because I'm going to fall back. The interesting thing about Laurel, which is amusing to me, for this video to be fact, assuming that it's fact, the missile would have had to fly 250,000 miles, or the moon is not 250,000 miles away. Do you follow what I'm saying, Beth? Follow what I'm saying now. Both can't be true. The missile couldn't have flown through space 250,000 miles to strike the moon, or this is interesting, Bethy, what material said about the moon not being that far away from the surface of the earth. Now, which would be more factual and could be scientifically authenticated? You feel what I'm saying, Sister Beth?
I would have to say the moon is more closer because of the simple fact of the really good reflection of the other land. But I'm just a little
You're being commonsensical, not nonsensical. You're being commonsensical, sister. So what I'm saying again, I'll just reiterate this before Savage. The moon is either not 250,000 miles away, or that missile did not strike the surface of the moon. You got it, Savage.
All right, Savage.
All right. Hey, what's up, Unc Alabama and Sister Betty?
Hey.
And Mr. Meta. I got a couple questions, man. So is a scientific theory a fact?
No.
Hell no.
No way. Because just think about the word theory. It's an idea. That's all it is. It's a theory. And the theory is all brown people are Moors. That's a big ass theory.
Right. But even right, I agree, because I agree with the Moors are a bloodline. But it takes genealogy to understand who is actually a Moor and who is not. You know what I'm saying? Everybody that was a French Huguenot was not a Moor. Everybody that was a Sephardic Jew was not a Moor. But in order to determine who is who, so we don't generalize, we would have to do the genealogy on these people. Because a lot of these people that came over here are supposedly came over here as Moors. They actually wasn't Moors. You know what I'm saying? And some of these people went against the Moors, and then some of these people teamed up. And also, if we look at our genealogy, far as the history is told, then it debunks the narrative of a white man doing pretty much anything. Our people worked hand in hand. That's why we still have the land. If you do your genealogy, you'll find out that majority of us people still have their land, unless they sold it. But ain't no white man came and took nothing.
They did to us exactly what they did to Adam. They put us in a deep sleep. But we'll be back at 7:00.
All right.
We'll be back. I love y'all so much. Thank you for all the donations. I really appreciate it. And I'm gonna be hitting y'all up on my birthday on the 19th. But today was really great. It was funny. I'm sad Bap didn't get to speak. He was quiet. He probably fell asleep anyway, because he's a baby and he falls asleep easy. So we'll be back at 7. We're pausing and taking a break so he can go do his personal things, and I'm gonna do mine. So I love y'all, and I will see y'all at 7:00. That's 3 hours and 15 minutes from now. Okay.
All right. I'll check later. Alabama Move in the comments section.
Stay in the back, Meta, for a minute. Okay. All right. Love y'all.
Time's been moving slowly, so we already in too deep. Can't get no sleep on each other, heavy teasing all day, and when the sun sets, you ask